จากคู่แข่งนับร้อยนี่คือเหล่านักสู้ที่เก่งกาจที่สุดแห่งมวลมนุษยชาติกลุ่มนักกีฬาที่สามารถออกไปต่อกรกับผู้แข่งขันที่ยิ่งใหญ่ที่สุดในโลกพวกเขาคือคนที่ถูกคัดเลือกมาจากพลังที่ยังไม่มีใครสามารถทดแทนได้ความสามารถของคนนิ้วเดิมพลังอำนาจความไวและการควบคุมในระดับโลกพลังแห่งการสื่อสารประสานกันเป็นทีมสร้างพลานุภาพตีบอลเสริมพลังอย่างหนักหน่วงและการสู้ระดับเลเวลเทพปกปิดแนบเนียนอยู่ใต้พุ่มไม้เป็นปีก็ไม่มีใครรู้วันนี้พวกเขารวมตัวกันเพื่อฝึกอย่างหนักและมุ่งมั่นในการเป็นผู้ที่ถูกเลือกนั่นก็เพื่อเป้าหมายเดียวเพื่อเงินอ้าวไม่ใช่เหรอ
มันเยอะนะมันเยอะที่สุดเท่าที่เคยมีการจัดการแข่งขันมาเลยนะ
แต่เป้าหมายที่แท้จริงคือการได้เป็นแชมป์แล้ว AIC นี้รู้กัน
Time makes heroes Arena of Valor International Championship 2021 วันที่ 26 พฤศจิกายน ถึง 19 ธันวาคมนี้
俺から逃げられるわけだお前を排除するこのまま Justice One 諦め俺から逃げられるわけだ Has been defeated I am you
We were born at the beginning of time. We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. In a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground. I feel I am where I belong. You are. How have you been? We will meet again. Ride on, People may talk, but take control and change your fate. I still remember the day when you encouraged us to find our own way. So let's start a chase and keep making waves. We will find all the answers somehow. We're never alone. Soon we will be heard all over the world. Ride on, ride on, ride on. We're making waves. Ride on, ride on. You never have to be afraid. We'll capture the starlight with you. Flying, turning, deja vu. Ride on, ride on, ride on. Let's make a wave. Ride on, ride on. We'll travel through time and space. Now you're here by my side. We're breaking through. See our dream from a new view. Ride on, ride on, ride on. We're making waves. Ride on. You never have to be afraid. We'll capture the starlight with you. Flying, turning, deja vu. Ride on, ride on, ride on. Let's make a wave. Ride on. We're traveling through time and space. Now you're here by my side. We're breaking through. See our dream from a new view. Kimi. 私が言った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私それで不安とか思ってるの？ほら、最初から You want to listen to my song?
Aya Flurry Voice. As the best elf idol, she can greatly enhance the survivability of her teammates. In battle, she can frequently possess teammates to provide protection and defuse the enemy's attack. Aya can also use sound wave attacks against her enemies. They start small and gradually get bigger, which her enemies will not be able to defend against. Once Aya unleashes her magical stage, her opponents will be lost in her singing and be transformed into cute animals. Even if she is attacked, Aya can transform into a squirrel to protect herself. Passive, Spirit of the Squirrel. If Aya is attacked and her HP falls below a threshold, Aya will transform into a squirrel. Whilst in squirrel form, Aya cannot be targeted, nor can she attack enemies. Receive 2 new basic skills. Skill 1 will revert her into human form immediately. Skill 2 will leap forward some distance. Joyful Melodies. Launch a sound wave bullet that deals damage and gradually increases in size. This sound wave explodes when reaching the target, dealing additional damage and inflicting a slowing effect. Joyful melodies can detect stealth units upon a successful hit. Idol protection. Possess a teammate and grant them a shield. Releasing a friendly hero from idle protection will significantly reduce skill cooldowns. When a teammate dies, idle protection automatically disengages possession, and the skill enters a longer cooldown. When possessing another hero, using abilities is also applied to the possessed hero. Chorus of the Forest. After a short delay, cast Polymorph on surrounding enemies and transform them into small animals. Provides a speed bonus to the possessed target. Unleash Magical Stage and deal continuous damage. Polymorph will be cast on enemies who remain within the stage's location. Aya's core playstyle is all about protecting teammates. Thanks to her passive ability, Spirit of the Squirrel, Aya cannot die from burst damage. Thus, Aya can fool the enemy into wasting their abilities on her before a team fight, and she can possess a teammate to protect them. Aya's skill 1 can severely undermine stealth heroes by limiting their movement patterns and positions. Whilst possessing a teammate, Aya can utilize the AoE slowing effect of skill 1 to help her teammates secure a kill. When a teammate is attacked, frequent usage of skill 2, as well as healing abilities, can greatly increase the survivability of her allies. If a teammate is cornered, Aya can escape through walls to continue providing support for the next teammate. The best timing for Aya to unleash her ultimate is right before a large team fight. If her team strikes first, then Aya can help teammates by suppressing the enemy, whilst if her team is struck first, Aya can limit the enemy's incoming attacks.
Have you ever seen a blood red star?
Can't get it right. Aya, can't you do anything
any magic. My voice. I'm still unable to protect everyone. I can't even master the simplest protection spell.
Not going to hurt you much.
An enemy has been defeated. You have defeated an enemy.
Disaster here for Hong Kong Attitude, but they do take a bit of damage here onto KSSA with that engaged Dada as well. It's really confident, trying to get in, and now they commit onto this team fight, but Overfly with a nice flank, zoning the other members away, so that turns into a disaster. The double trouble even connects, no escape for Easy. On the bot side, split pushing, but he's gonna get caught here by Overfly. It's not the best scenario now for Hong Kong Attitude. Can they actually contest this in a 4 versus 5? The answer is gonna be yes, in the sense with the damage that they are dealing, but same goes for BRU, taking out Easy and a bow almost immediately. Dada is here dealing lots of damage, taking 3 members, and with Shaolin free hitting for so long, they take out 4 in exchange for 2 in that 4v5 team fight, and now they're trying to get a kill here onto Overfly. He is relatively tanky, but he is really getting railed here by Shaolin with the long death timers. I think it's gonna be inevitable. It's gonna be game.
Going in there, just throwing in the Gus. Overfly spots him out. He is receiving a lot of damage, and that's going to be substantial damage as well. And it is going to be the Richter being taken out, but we are going to see a backdoor for Freedom United. Is it going to be enough? Let's see if it is. And it is going to be, might be successful, but with the disc trap on side. What? They are the ones who are going in hot.
One can actually get taken down. The Agnes Grip connects, but he is still alive. BRU are living, and they're not getting taken down as of the moment. Can CC actually survive? The answer is no, as another Cataclysm falls down, but it's not actually enough with regards to the damage. Dada. kill here onto Overfly. He is relatively tanky, but he is really getting railed here by Shaolin with the long death timers. I think it's gonna be inevitable. It's gonna be game.
Going in there, destroying the Gus. Overfly spots him out. He is receiving a lot of damage, and that's going to be substantial damage as well. And it is going to be the Richter being taken out, but we are going to see a backdoor for Freedom United. Is it going to be enough? Let's see if it is. And it is going to be, might be successful, but with the disrupt on side. What? They are the ones who are going in hot.
One can actually get taken down. The Agnes Grip connects, but he is still alive. BRU are living and they're not getting taken down as of the moment. Can CC actually survive? The answer is no, as another Cataclysm falls down, but it's not actually enough with regard to the damage.
everyone, I'm your host Tian Yun. Welcome to the grand final of the Arena of Valor International Championship 2021, the 5th anniversary. What a fabulous opening performance. Let's have a very big hand for music producer Slim V from Space Speakers and singer Yana from Wave. Thank you so much for your wonderful performance and the performance that brought us together to celebrate the spirit of AIC 2021. We hope this performance will finally inspire our teams and every one of you in the AOV community. The orchestra medley features all of the signature and famous songs from the history of AOV, followed by the performance of AIC 2021 theme song Time Makes Heroes by our beloved Yana. As we unite during this challenging time, we hope that this epic tournament will exhibit the best heroes who will take the trophy, bring the pride and glory to their team, and also shape the history of AOV tournament. Time makes heroes. Only by overcoming challenge after challenge together can the forge of the time turn 5 great players into an even greater team. While each player brings their own strengths to their team, 5 fingers must form a fist and work together if they are to rise up and become the final champions. Today marks the exciting finale to an incredible journey. After weeks of fierce competition and breathtaking battles, we are finally here on the final stage to witness the rise of AIC champions. I would like to thank the organizers of this competition, Level Infinite and Garena, for bringing this incredible event to us live. Before our much anticipated final, we would like to introduce to all AOV fans a special press conference with many interest updates of AOV esports in 2022. Players from all over the world will witness the most skillful AOV fighters dueling together, and now a surprise announcement about upcoming AOV events. I would like to introduce the representative from Level Infinite who will be informing us about the exciting news of AOV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bernd. I'm lead of Global Esports Center at Tencent Games, and I'm very excited to announce our latest updates for our 2022 Arena of Valor competitive scene. We are pleased to inform you that we plan to expand our esports scope across all layers, which includes adding more regions around the world to this extended ecosystem. Starting with tournaments at the amateur and grassroots level, where you and 4 of your friends can compete for awesome prizes, up to the highest level of competition at the Arena of Valor International Championship and the Arena of Valor World Cup, where the top pro players and teams in the world compete for international glory and massive prize pools. Let's start with a look at the amateur and grassroots level, which will be open to players of all skill levels. In 2022, we plan to add additional opportunities to just grab your friends and compete against other aspiring teams. Established city and campus tournaments will be returning, and we are welcoming these events to all new regions: Europe, North and South America, South Asia, Middle East and North Africa, turning our amateur scene into a truly global affair. We'll be also adding all new content creator tournaments, where you can watch your favorites face off against each other. Make sure to stay tuned for more AOV news. We'll be announcing more details about those new community tournaments in the near future. As soon as you and your team start to be successful in our amateur tournaments, you will earn the chance to start competing at the regional level in tournaments such as the brand new regional cups and other semi-pro tournaments. Those tournaments are a perfect platform for teams to show off their skills to pro teams and proudly represent the local Arena of Valor scene to fans in their region. Let's talk about the pro layer of our ecosystem. Your favorite pro leagues such as the ROV Pro League, Arena of Glory, Garena Challenger Series and AOV Star League will of course return next year, but we'll also be adding new regional pro leagues to bring you more Arena of Valor action at the highest level. This means we will soon see new local and regional stars rising up and getting their chance to perform on international stages. Next, let's talk about our international tournaments. In 2022, the Arena of Valor International Championship will move from late November to June. And we will be seeing even more regions fighting over the honor of winning and wearing this international crown. This year's AIC prize pool already doubled from 500,000 to $1 million. But we won't stop there. Next year we are committing to doubling it again, making the total prize pool for AIC the largest in Arena of Valor history, an impressive $2 million. Finally, we come to the most prominent and highly anticipated Arena of Valor event of the year, the Arena of Valor World Cup. AWC is moving from June to October in 2022 and will be the pinnacle of the 2022 ecosystem, with fans across the globe tuning in live to watch the best pro teams compete in the final tournament of the year. If you thought we were making history with the AIC's prize pool, we've got a surprise for you. Next year, in addition to claiming the prestigious AWC trophy and the right to sit on the throne atop the global AOV competitive scene, 16 teams will be competing for their share of a $10 million prize pool, which will propel AWC to the top of prize money rankings globally for a mobile esports event. Each team will be rewarded with at least $250,000, and the champion will walk away with $3.5 million. In addition to prize pool, we will continue to increase our investment in the AOV global esports ecosystem and help teams develop in a healthy way. We can't wait to embark together with all of you on this journey through the 2022 competitive season. It promises to be the greatest in all of Arena of Valor history. We hope you are all enjoying AIC as much as we are, and wish, of course, all our pro teams best of luck in the following finals. Good luck, have fun. Now I'd like to welcome Justin Lai from our friends at Garena to share with all of you what they have prepared for AOV fans in Southeast Asia next year.
Hi everyone, my name is Justin, the Global Esports Manager at Garena. I'm thrilled to be here to share the exciting plans we have in store for the AOV Pro Leagues in the coming year. Our local leagues have seen great success and growth this year. We have seen some of the strongest teams and best players emerge in 2021, increasing the level of competition for our AOV Pro Leagues and Arena of Valor International Championship, AIC 2021. Our AOV fans and communities have also grown in relation as more local fans and players in these regions gather to cheer on their favorite teams. It has been both exciting and rewarding to see the growing passion, skills, and support over the past year, and we are happy to announce that we will be scaling up our AOV Pro Leagues in 2022. Not only will more teams be invited to join the Pro Leagues, we will also raise the prize pools in selected regions to elevate the stakes and intensify the competition. In 2022, the schedule of our Pro Leagues will be adjusted in accordance with the new schedule of our international tournaments. ROV Pro League RPL will first commence from end January, followed by Arena of Glory AOG, Garena Challengers Series GCS, and AOV Star League ASL in February. Pro Leagues will take place from January to May, and the winners will advance to take part in the AIC 2022. After AIC, the leagues will continue with their second season from July to September to fight for their attendance of the top-tier international tournament, Arena of Valor World Cup, AWC 2022. To top it all off, a newly introduced annual point system will be implemented in several regions to help local teams chart a path towards a spot in AWC 2022. The system will allow local teams to accumulate points across the year to earn their way up to the claimed spot, making it necessary for teams to perform well consistently throughout the year. AOV Pro teams, fans, and players have always been at the forefront of our decisions. We are constantly listening to our local communities to find new ways to provide them with more enjoyable and engaging experiences. We believe that as we increase the bar for our Pro Leagues, this will in turn bring out a more dynamic display of skills, teamwork, and battles for both the participating AOV Pro teams and our players and fans to enjoy. Together with the new year, 2022 will bring a new league of teams and players, and we anticipate seeing all the epic battles to come. We will reveal more details in the coming months, so stay tuned.
Thank you for sharing this exciting content with our AOV fans. AOV Esports will continue to explore new ways to enrich everyone's tournament experience. Many exciting changes are waiting for our players ahead. Don't forget to cheer on your favorite player and AOV in 2022. Without further ado, now let's look forward to today's main event, the Grand Final of AIC 2021. We have been through such a thrilling journey. All our players have shown great courage and team efforts to make a truly unforgettable competition. And now, we have come to one of the most highly anticipated moments of the Grand Final to see what our finalists will be fighting for, the ultimate symbol of honor, glory, and valor. The Arena Valor International Championship 2021 trophy. For the past few weeks, Arena Valor has seen the best teams in the world battling for glory and honor at AIC 2021. In the quest to be the next world champions, 14 teams from 8 different regions have given us entertaining showdowns, nail-biting matches, and displays of masterful skill. Let's now look back at the journey of the 2 best teams of AIC 2021. Who will emerge victorious in this best of 7 grand final, bring the $400,000 home, and lift the Arena Valor International Championship 2021 trophy.
Actually be in trouble. He is kind of tanky, but the rest of the members aren't, so they need to flee. Darkslayer is now starting to attack their base, and Quanghai will actually lives for so long, but now BRU, they're focusing onto the base. Will they actually get it? One more auto attack. The answer is no. They live. They survive. Is this actually a comeback?
The clutches of defeat. They smell blood. They take it away. That's game 1. And B Gaming draw it against BRU. F1 popping that ultimate, trying to trade off against B Gaming, and they're not surviving. They're being taken out of the picture here by B Gaming, but Nunu comes in to have the fearless leader destroying the members of B.
Without any kind of contest, and Wong TD Han is going in on. No, the Dark Lord Slayer has been presented. Then we're gonna see Tony being first down. Where's gonna be
Lots of shields. He tries to survive for so long. They get the kill onto the support, but BRU slap back with a kill of their very own. So that 1-for-1 trade has been a favorable trade for BRU as they look to flag upon the help of Overfly.
Lindis is in the area. Look at the stuns coming in from Quanghai. Norman might be caught out. That's a cliff breaker being committed here. A lot of damage as well. He is going to be taken out with the Venom. The shock is going to be used for the disengagement, but they're going to be casting out that Nelson with the double coming in for Wong TD. Maris going in for the kill.
Continuing the wins and the dominance. V Gaming, the moment they have
here now, knocking into the door of Valencia TF. That's going to be the Desert Face starting in the clash, but we're going to see Overfly going in for the kill. Pichu and also the Trixie is going to be bursting out. Viper does his best, but he's also going to be forced to go back. Wong TD fights in. Koa is dangerously low, and as well as Kai is going to be taken down. That's a lot of those engagements happening with Bird LP using W, getting a damage reduction, and Red is also going to be falling down. And the Nexus has been locked by V Gaming. That's a knock-up. And also, you're going to see the Boxing going in with a kunai blitz. Ascending's going to be used by Wawa. Its Thor is going to be taken out here with Nunu on the backside. F1 finishes
Timers are kind of high as of the moment. There is the zip roll coming in, but not really hitting some of the members here of Detox Talent. Might actually get punished. F1 is relatively low. Can they actually get the kill? The answer is yes. Now multiple orbs being used here, and get even more. Hong Kong Attitude, they're gonna get speed bullet upon here by the Superman. Bertleby with a nice engage, and now will flicker in by Wang TD to secure that kill. Only Dab that remains alive. The Kunai Blitz as a Hail Mary, but those prayers are not gonna get answered right now as V Gaming will just secure their victory in this series and move on to the Grand Finals. Shaolin, if they actually can dive, that's just gonna be the go signal. A pow nearly gets caught. They're now focusing onto the Nexus and might as well take this game. BRU, their comeback in the series.
Wow, such incredible moments from our amazing players who are gonna be the next heroes of AOV. It's time to find out the champions of AIC 2021. Cheer on your favorite player. Let the battle begin.
Hello and welcome to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021, and this is already the Grand Finals. We're gonna be seeing V Gaming facing off against Buriram United, and there is gonna be a lot of the narrative here. We saw Buriram United getting knocked out into the lower bracket at the first day of the playoffs, and now they've clawed their way to the championships against V Gaming, who so far only suffered one loss here in the AIC 2021. That is a very big daunting task, and how big of a domination it is for V Gaming.
And well, for Buriram United Esports, they have been improving quite a lot, and also, proving themselves that they are worthy in challenging V Gaming in this Grand Finals. They went through a lot, starting with a reverse sweep that happened against them when they battled against Saigon Phantom, and they moved on to the lower bracket. They tried to battle against Valencia CF, and we all almost thought that the curse won't be removed, but no. They continued to improve on their weaknesses, and they continued to make sure they won't lose their momentum. And they had so many struggles to face, taking on DTAC Talon, Hong Kong Attitude, even in a long series. And during their battle against Hong Kong Attitude, we almost thought that they would be swept because the score was already 3-1 in favor of Hong Kong Attitude. But then the fire kicked in on BRU side, and they just went on in a very nice sweep, taking us to game number 7 in a dominating way to end that game as well. Against V Gaming, I don't think it's gonna be that much different. I mean, V Gaming is a solid team. They have already proven themselves. They are one of the best teams here in the AIC 2021, with an almost undefeated scoreline, only having Hong Kong Attitude defeat them in one game during the upper bracket finals the other day. And also, right now, they're still keeping on improving themselves. And also, they show with the stats. They always back their potential with actual results. So it's gonna be a challenge for BRU to actually take them down. But I'm already excited to see what is gonna be happening later on as the game starts. Well, in a while.
Yeah, and we are now actually gonna be starting game number 1 of this best of 7, and of course it is gonna be very, very exciting. Is it still gonna be the dominant V Gaming we've seen so far here in the AIC, or are we gonna see a clawback coming in for BRU? Because so far in all of their matchups, we saw V Gaming actually overturn the tides on BRU. Even in the best of 2, they have not won even a single match onto V Gaming, and this might be the chance of BRU to actually redeem themselves from those defeats. But if V Gaming still gumps in hot with all of those strategies, all of those draft picks, and even of all those aggressions, we're gonna see V Gaming still coming out on top. And BRU is being shown in your screens. It is gonna be KSSA, Defoxen, Nunu, F1, and then Overfly to represent the RPL region. BRU is still looking strong coming in from the lower brackets. And of course, the champions of the upper bracket, it is going to be Han, Wang TD, Maris, Quang Hai, and Bird LB representing V Gaming of the AOG region. The AOG region and the RPL are going to face off again here in the AIC 2021. Let's see what is going to be the draft.
Yeah, are they going to be showing to us in this game number 1? I mean, it is a best of 7, and we have seen V Gaming having a lot of strategies in their games. Before that, let's talk about the key player matchup. Looking at the F1 and Quang Hai, it is the jungler role, but we're seeing a lot more stats on the side of Quang Hai, given that, well, V Gaming normally does just dominate all the teams that they come to face on. And if we compare it to F1, well, there can be a bit of struggle or disparity onto him, but we have seen him carry out his games as well for Buriram United Esports. And if we talk about the strats here of both teams, V Gaming, they like going aggressive, they can go on scaling as well. Buriram United Esports started off the knockout stages, the playoffs, having a really aggressive approach on their games, going for a sprint. But yesterday, during their match against Hong Kong Attitude, they showed that they can go on the long series as well with late game scaling heroes. So that can be something that they would be trying to do as well against V Gaming. As they head down here in the pick and bans, Lavelle and Lorian, pretty new kind of bands here on the side of Buriram United Esports. Normally they kind of take out stuff like the Superman and also the Lubu, but now many heroes are available to take. Elsu, the Tullen is available, so BRU are gonna be taking it as their first pick. I wonder if V Gaming are gonna be showing up the Superman quite early, because they can go with a combo of Superman and the Raz, and we have seen them try it out on some of their games, but we also see them kind of getting the other heroes initially, having a priority on heroes like the Lubu, the Joker, Crixie, especially in their game against Hong Kong Attitude.
Yes, and of course, with the Tulin pick up by Buriram United, we're gonna see F1, of course, mostly using that hero in the jungle. And usually they pair it up with the Wonder Woman, but with the Wonder Woman being banned by V Gaming, I'm actually curious to see what they're gonna be fielding in the mid lane. But V Gaming's answer on to one of the best close range mage heroes, the Tulin, it is gonna be a Elsu and also a Raz, who can definitely burst down the members of Buriram United, especially the Tulin, who's going to be having a hard time to actually use his utility to get the damage into that close range fights. And most of the time when this is going to happen, the Tulin is not going to have the best of times unless he has someone to tank all of the damage and also receive all of the shots coming in from the Elsu, the power surges from the Raz, and that's not even sure enough that it is going to be effective in that kind of scenario.
Having picking up the Raz, it's not impossible for V Gaming to actually pick up the Superman as well. They're hovering the Richter as of the moment, which is a solid front line. BRU already investing on the marksman department, picking up the Violet, and it comes to show that they might actually go up in for the late game scaling with lots of damage coming in, not only from Daifoxen but also from Overfly later on, along with F1 on this Tullen. But V Gaming now, since the Omen is available, it has a relatively high sustain, and it's not so bad that they're going to be picking it up.
Yep, and looking at the first three picks of Buriram United, that's a lot of damage on the late game with the Violet and also the Irie being picked up. So we're seeing that PRU wants to scale the game with the Tulin and then finish off the game with their two damage composition carries with the Violet and also the Irie. But on V Gaming, it is all about that mid-game damage spikes. They have the Elsu and they have the Raz, and they have sustainability on one of the biggest tanks here in AIC, Omen, to actually sustain the damage coming in from that Tulin.
It is relatively tanky. They have a lot. They have invested a lot on front lines, and I'm not gonna be surprised if they're gonna be picking up another front line on the side of V Gaming. However, if they opt to do that, they have to kind of invest as well on the damage department, as the damage might not actually be enough to take down most of the members of BRU, since they have invested quite a lot on the damage department here on the blue side, as they do take out Zil. Superman, yes, it should be respected, because V Gaming has used the combination of the Raz and the Superman during their 5th game against Hong Kong Attitude, and it was a really strong combo, and Hong Kong Attitude kind of struggled to go against it. V Gaming respecting the Malok of Buriram United Esports, and also the hostage strategy here with the Roxy. Now, as they show up the Lubu, the 3-man frontline composition is coming into play, and taking into consideration that the Raz is also going in, it will provide a lot of feel and also poking potential on the side of V Gaming, since they have a solid front line. So Quang Hai is not going to be having that much of a pressure during team fights unless we're going to be seeing Nunu go in with the help of KSSA and have a good backline access along with it.
Yep, and Buriram United is actually overing onto the Zip, which is one of their focal plays, usually in the composition. They're gonna use that Zip to actually save Violet in most of those sticky situations. Plus, they can actually save Tulin when he goes and commits for a dive. But we're seeing a double marksman composition from Buriram United. Are they gonna be using that Violet on the middle lane, as we've seen in their last games of BRU? Not here in the AIC, but we've seen this kind of composition for BRU way back in the AWC. And V Gaming is actually overing right now, but BRU did go for a double marksman composition. Are we gonna see a
late game?
I'm actually curious if they're gonna be using the Tulin in the jungle, or is it gonna be a Violet jungle? That is one thing that we want to see before the game starts. But V Gaming is now going to be adding Alice to the mix, giving them that boost in terms of the rotations, the speed ups, the shields, the stuns, and of course the silence and slow. This might be able to deter BRU in the coming clashes, because they are fielding a very squishy composition with the Violet in the middle lane. Bot lane for the Abyssal Dragon, it is gonna be that Joker, and then we're gonna add Irie and also the Tulin to the mix. This is a very glass cannon composition for BRU, which will rely heavily onto KSSA's Zip. While on V Gaming, they have two sustainable heroes there. They have the Lubu, they have the Omen, and they're adding them to the mix the Alice, who is gonna be one of the biggest utility supports here in AIC 2021.
Such a big pressure here onto KSSA to be able to protect the squishier members of Buriram United Esports, because the V Gaming, they have backed up their composition with a lot of front lines, and even picking up the Alice for that extra gap close potential, as well as the protection on the front line, or maybe even the backline members here of V Gaming. They're gonna be trying to muscle out Buriram United Esports, especially in the early game, since we do know that the power spike potential of Iraj is usually happens quite early, and if they are going to be able to shut down most of the members of BRU, in which we have seen on the side of Hong Kong Attitude trying to bully the mid lane and the Dark Slayer lane, that is one of the kind of weaknesses of BRU during their last series against HKA. And if V Gaming are going to be able to do that, that's going to be spelling out trouble. But let's see what's going to happen in this game number 1 of this best of 7 series. Again, this is the grand finals of the Arena of Valor International Championships. Let's see who's going to be coming out on top in this first game.
Yep, and we're gonna see a kind of normal start for both sides, with Alsu being facing off against a Joker here in the top lane, who gets that first damage in, and KSSA and F1 is gonna be in the area, and the small cap has already been started by the Raz and the Omen, and Wang TD is just giving it hot onto the Foxen, getting that bullet in.
And we have seen, Nunu getting the Violet into the mid lane and having that kind of range advantage against Maris, since we do know that the Raz can have a little bit of a high poking potential that can kind of prevent the usual early laning phase of the mid laners. So having the Violet gives a little bit of security on the side of BRU, especially that there can be a big gank potential coming in from Huang Hai later on, as he tries to kind of pressure the members of BRU. And well, since they have the Tulin, relatively high wave clear is present on the side of BRU, and it's gonna be a kind of like a safe start overall on the side of the blue team. V Gaming will be a little bit pressured to try and go in onto them, since that's kind of their strategy right now. They have to squeeze out these small wins. They have to find choke points here on BRU, because if BRU is going to be able to scale up, it's going to be a problem in the mid to late game. But so far, as we have seen on the Dark Slayer lane, well, we're seeing Huang TD having a relatively high damage towards Difox, so that might be a good sign for V Gaming in this early game.
Yep. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We are having some kind of problems with the feeds that we are receiving for the production, but we are going to be getting back to the game again.
It is going to be continued in short plan, and here we are. You know, Nunu is trying to play it out safe. Maris continuously looking for an angle to go in with the power surges. And since, you know, the Valor has a relatively high wave clear as well, he's going to be able to go in with a cheater recall and just go back to the base and reach the lane without even losing any of his minions. Because of this kind of strategy, BRU is having a little bit of a gold lead, just enough to have that extra security in the laning phase as they do make the rotation around the map. Overflying doing a relatively okay damage here on the Birdleby, but it's not going to be that much pressuring him. F1 with a burst here on to Maris, nearly taking him out, but he's going to be forced to recall, so he's going to be losing a little bit of his economy here in the mid lane.
Yep, and we're going to see here some trades happening with Buriram United still having that damage advantage and also the range damage. And so far, V Gaming has been having difficulties on actually finding some ways to catch out those squishy heroes, and Birdleby is going to be in the area trying to go for that pull, but he might be caught out. Overfly is going to be missing that Gus, and it is still anyone's game right now.
And again, we do apologize for the technical difficulties, but rest assured we are trying to fix it as soon as possible to give you guys a wonderful experience, especially that this is the grand finals of the Arena of Valor International Championship. Wang TD is very low, taking that poke from Difoxen as the rotations come here on the side of Buriram United Esports. They're trying to get vision. Nunu attempting a steal here onto Quang Hai. They are having a really high confidence here on the side of BRU, tracking down members of V Gaming, but they have to lay this out relatively safely because they can get punished here by V Gaming if they overstep their boundaries. Again, F1 with a nice burst coming in here onto Maris, forcing him to constantly go back towards his base to restore his health. But it's not going to be affecting him that much. We're actually seeing V Gaming coming out on top in the gold department as they do start this Abyssal Dragon. BRU is looking to actually contest. Overfly being in the front line as the rest of the members try to damage this Abyssal Dragon. They have to be very careful because Han is on a flank position along with the other members here of V Gaming, trying to clear out the way to get the priority towards the objective. They are going to be passing top side. They are just going to be having this trade-off on the objectives, but maybe not so because Quang Hai is still here on this Abyssal Dragon. Can he actually get the steal? The answer is no. F1 gets it with the punish.
Yep, and so far there is going to be a lot that is happening here with BRU always on top of V Gaming, but so far no goal advantage is being felt here, and Mars is going to hit that power surge. And so far the Violet mid has not been so hot for Buriram United, but it is going to be clearly felt when we come into the parts wherein there is going to be a lot of damage items. Rank Breaker is already there for the Violet, and I think he is going to be using a itemization wherein Uriel's brand is going to be his next item, so that is going to be adding some damage, but it is not going to be big damage as well. But Quang Hai is being harassed here by Nunu, and Quang Hai goes in hot, and the Devour of KSSA is going to be used, and they are going to be able to disengage.
Yeah, that is the strategy here of BRU. constantly protecting the squisher members of them. But that was kind of scary. If the follow-up of the other members of V Gaming were there, I think it's going to be a bit of a challenge for KSSA to save his teammates. And right now we're seeing V Gaming really making their rotation across the map. Matt is even planning on an invade here to try and catch out anyone on the side of BRU, and he can actually do that because he's using Iraz, which can relatively burst out anyone in a blink of an eye if it's a 1v1 scenario, as they are setting up a death brush. F1 might actually get flapped. KSSA is ready for the defense. Bertleby with a pull, attacking the members here of BRU, but as they lose some of their HP bars, they are going to be losing the outer turret here in the mid lane as well. Fantastic execution here by BRU. V Gaming not really getting any trades as of the moment, and we're seeing BRU actually having a relatively high gold gold lead here in this game number 1. As we see the stats, 61.9% win rate of BRU whenever they get the first turret.
Yep, and with BRU taking in the first turret here in the middle lane, it is going to be opening up some advantages for them. But Quanghai is going to be into the brink of actually trying to take down Nunu. But with KSSA in the area, it is not going to be a sure thing. F1 is going to be using the Thunderclap. The Zip Roll is going to be used, and the Thunderclap is going to be body blocked by Han. The Foxen is also in the area. F1 is just going to be putting in the stacks on his passives, and the Holy Dragon is going to be started here by Quanghai. Bird LB is in the area just to navigate and see if there is any type of contest that's going to happen, and the objective is not going to be traded out. With the Infinite Slayer still up, Freedom United opted to just go in for the tower. KSSA might be taking out one more power station. The Zip Roll is not going to connect. Bird LP connects the Death Embrace, and a double kill for V Gaming, securing that with all of the ultimates being expended.
Yeah, it could have been okay for BRU to take down that tier 1 tower at top, but the problem was rotations were already being made by V Gaming. They get 2 kills, and that tower is not going to be helping them that much because it is immediately traded out onto the top as well. So far, with regards to the structures, we're seeing BRU coming out on top, but in the gold department, it's still V Gaming, and that's going to be spelling out trouble for them, especially in the mid-game power spike here of V Gaming as they go here into the mid lane. Overfly, taking a bit of damage. A snipe nearly takes him out, but Nunu is going to be here trying to take out Huang TD as well. They disengage for the meantime as BRU tries to start this Infinite Slayer. There's not going to be any contest here by V Gaming since most of the members of them are relatively low. They're transferring their attention here onto the bottom side instead, with Bertleby taking it out. Gold lead still in favor of V Gaming, but it's not that much anymore.
Yep, and that snipe connects onto Nunu. It is definitely going to be felt with more of those shots hitting from Wrong TD. But so far, we have seen a lot of those snipes missing the mark, and it is kind of affecting their gameplay, because if they want to have that advantage against this type of composition from Buriram United, they need to get those shots into the right persons like Nunu and F1. And you can even count the Foxen to actually be a viable target. The Thunderclap is going to be used, and it is the Infinite Slayer already spawned here into the middle lane. Is there going to be an advantage? Nunu is going to be stunned, but with the cleanse on time, they're going to be able to use the Zip Roll to get away safely. And this is the game that's been happening. The Can Laughter is going to be used here into Omen. Omen uses the Death Embrace, and they are going to be able to secure that kill. It's a 4v1. While Wang TD is running for the high heels, Nunu is on the front, and the grenade slows him up, and the snipe is not going to get the kill. Nunu is getting a lot of the damage in KSSA here onto the middle lane. They are trying to go for a push, but with the members still of V Gaming alive with the Lubu and also the Raz, they're not just going to risk it just yet. F1 is in the area. Maybe they are going for the outer turrets instead of the third tier, which is more riskier for them. Nunu is in the area, just getting all of those damage in. And this has been one of the stories we're in. There's a lot of pushing power on the side of Buriram United.
Yeah, right now they are about to get choked out. Han is increasing his movement speed towards their location, but as that goes on, there is a split push onto the top. Overfly, overextended a little bit, is gonna get chased down, but he's gonna be able to disengage. Holy Dragon going to be uncontested here for BRU as Bertleby just tries to get some vision to know where they are. And it started with a clash in the mid lane wherein execution was really good on the side of BRU, avoiding the potential multi-kills coming in from V-Gaming with the help of KSSA's zip roll. And when V-Gaming actually was a little bit scattered in their positioning, BRU choked them out, taking out Bertleby and another member in the process, translating it into towers, and now they're sitting at a 2,000 gold lead at this 13-minute mark. But however, onto the top side might be detrimental for BRU. KSSA, but a nice save, but F1 goes in once again onto Bertleby. They are overextended. Maris tries to burst them down. 3 gets bursted instead. Now with a 1-member deficit on the side of V-Gaming, they are going to be losing their top lane inhibitor tower. BRU investing on siege damage, and they are making it work. There's also a fight onto the bot side. Orb used to try and survive, but Overfly will still secure that kill.
Yes, and the snipe is going to connect again on the F1. But with the mounting pressure coming in from Buriram United, the mid game that we were expecting from BRU is already popping off. All of them has those items, and they have the range to actually call for it. And with Wang Zidi not being able to use the damage per second that an Elsu cannot really bring into the table, it is getting harder for V Gaming. And with Infinite Slayer being secured again by Buriram United without any type of contest, they are going to look to a better chance of pushing another lane again. It's either the bottom lane or the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, BRU so far is doing so well in this game number 1, having a 3,000 gold advantage, avoiding the team fight setups here being made by V-Gaming and crafting their very own responses. If they avoid the initial engage, they can actually punish, since they have invested quite a lot on the siege damage coming in from Daifoxin and Nuno. But right now, Daifoxin is being engaged, who might be in trouble, gets taken down. Bertleby is just being a monster right now, taking out 2. KSSA tried to save Daifoxin, and it turned out to be disastrous for BRU. Now, with a numbers advantage, with an objective spawning up in the next 20 seconds, V-Gaming are looking to strike back here onto BRU, but we do apologize for that minor technical difficulty. You are going to be seeing us on the caster desk for the meantime while we do try to resolve the issue. Unfortunately, things are not going well that much for our status as we check out this small replay of Daifoxin getting caught out. Bertleby's engage is just phenomenal, along with the other gap closest of V-Gaming, Wang Hai, Maris. BRU has to respect the gap close potential here of V-Gaming, because if they don't, it's gonna be spelling out trouble for them. Even though V-Gaming is kind of lacking on the damage department, if they can just take out BRU one by one, well, that is gonna be their key to victory.
Yep, and definitely we saw in the game that it is V Gaming who got those.
and support.
They already got those kinds of new looks, and them having the advantage on that double kill onto Defoxin and also to KSSA, it might be dangerous going forward for Buriram United Esports, because they lack the sustainability and tankability. Only KSSA is already ready for them to actually tank for them.
Mm-hmm. And well, let's see if how V Gaming is gonna be responding to this advantage that they have, since it can be a big hassle onto BRU's side, having 2 casualties, both the marksman and the support taken out, so they can't really contest the Infinite Slayer take here of V Gaming, since we do see them kind of making the rotation already towards that objective after they killed both Daifoxin and KSSA.
Over the past.
And well, well, we can just we do apologize once again here on for the technical difficulties. We well, rest assured, we are trying to fix it as soon as possible, as we do know that this is a very, very important event. The AIC 2021, looking to who is going to be coming out on top here, who is going to be the grand champions of the Arena of Valor International Championships. It's just kind of sad that we're experiencing this as of the moment, but we're trying to fix it nonetheless.
Yep. It has been a lot of technical issues so far since the storms have been brewing up, but we are trying to do our best. The problem is just that it's very very hard to actually know what is happening right now due to the technical issues that is happening. So, yeah, I hope you guys are doing great in the chat, even though I know it is not that great just because we're not able to watch some of the actions that's happening. But rest assured, we're not going to be skipping out any parts of the match just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are gonna be going back as soon as possible. We're also as excited as you guys, wanting to know what the result is, what's going to happen, and we're back, guys. You can now tell your friends going back here in the stream because we are gonna be continuing. And as we do check out what happened, we are now at the 14-minute mark. BRU just got the infinite there, so it's not V game that got it. They kind of went on a defensive strategy for the meantime, so BRU still has the upper hand here in the gold department, and actually in all the categories, even in the kills. And V Gaming still are kind of struggling in this mid game.
Yep, and definitely, this is a recap of what happened on BRU before we're gonna see that the Foxen and also the Zip is gonna be caught out yet again here on the bot lane. And with the 5-man member, we're gonna see the Foxen using that. We're gonna see the Foxen being caught out with the Death Embrace, and all of the combinations from V Gaming are just connecting one after another. This is gonna be disastrous for Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, and this is the part where we told you guys that okay, V Gaming got Difoxin and KSSA, so they have the numbers advantage and the priority to actually take out this Infinite Slayer, which is about to spawn. And BRU should not be able to contest this, as it is still 10 seconds and 12 seconds death timers rolling on the side of Difoxin and KSSA, and
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna be problematic with all of the streams so far are having some problems in this kind of regard. So I do apologize sincerely from all of the production staff that is here. Why are you laughing? Why are you crying?
I want to see what happens next. I just want to see. I just want to see what happens next, man. But yeah, we are gonna be fixing it in a show. Don't worry, guys. It's just a slight issue we are experiencing as of the moment. But we are gonna be continuing as soon as possible. At least we had a little bit of info on what's going on. Uh, that V Gaming is already starting the objective, at least having that set up with regards to the vision onto the Infinite Slayer. If we are trying to fix the issue as the moment, there appears to be a bit of problem because of the storm coming up. On There is a big typhoon already that is kind of might be affecting the connections and also the live stream in general. Let's see if it's gonna be resolved in a short while, as we know you guys here in the comment section want to see what is going to happen as well. It's just a bit of a struggle right now for all of us. We But rest assured, it is gonna be fixed up um as soon as possible. We are doing our very best to make sure things run smoothly and give you guys the best possible experience that we can provide.
Yep. And because of the ongoing technical issues, we're actually gonna go for a very very short break first, so that we can actually assess what is happening, because I think it is more of a technical issue and a network issue as well, since there has been some problems so far in the connections. So I hope you guys will just still stay in the stream, and we'll see you guys
Yes.
later.
俺から逃げられるわけだ。お前を排除する。そのまま Justice One そのまま Justice One 諦めろ。俺から逃げられるわけだ。
You want to listen to my song?
Aya Flurry Voice. As the best elf idol, she can greatly enhance the survivability of her teammates. In battle, she can frequently possess teammates to provide protection and defuse the enemy's attack. Aya can also use sound wave attacks against her enemies. They start small and gradually get bigger, which her enemies will not be able to defend against. Once Aya unleashes her magical stage, her opponents will be lost in her singing and be transformed into cute animals. Even if she is attacked, Aya can transform into a squirrel to protect herself. Passive, Spirit of the Squirrel. If Aya is attacked and her HP falls below a threshold, Aya will transform into a squirrel. Whilst in squirrel form, Aya cannot be targeted, nor can she attack enemies. Receive 2 new basic skills. Skill 1 will revert her into human form immediately. Skill 2 will leap forward some distance. Joyful Melodies. Launch a soundwave bullet that deals damage and gradually increases in size. This soundwave explodes when reaching the target, dealing additional damage and inflicting a slowing effect. Joyful Melodies can detect stealth units upon a successful hit. Idol Protection. Possess a teammate and grant them a shield. Releasing a friendly hero from Idol Protection will significantly reduce skill cooldowns. When a teammate dies, Idol Protection automatically disengages possession, and the skill enters a longer cooldown. When possessing another hero, using abilities is also applied to the possessed hero. Chorus of the Forest. After a short delay, cast Polymorph on surrounding enemies and transform them into small animals. Provides a speed bonus to the possessed target. Unleash Magical Stage and deal continuous damage. Polymorph will be cast on enemies who remain within the stage's location. Aya's core playstyle is all about protecting teammates. Thanks to her passive ability, Spirit of the Squirrel, Aya cannot die from burst damage. Thus, Aya can
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. We are going back into the game again where we left off on the last showing that we actually saw. So I hope you guys have been doing well. We are now going back into the game.
Yeah, it has been a long wait, but finally we are back. Sorry for, we do apologize so much for the delay, and let's see where we left off. This was the moment before Difoxin and KSSA got killed into the bot side before the 20-second death timer, 20-second respawn timer of the the Infinite Slayer. So let's see how it will happen once again. Difoxin initially overextended a little bit, trying to get vision over the bot side river, but unfortunately he didn't see that Birdleby was there. An initial gap closed. KSSA tried to rescue, but it turned out disastrous for the side of Buriram United Esports. Now with the same score line and only a 2,000 gold advantage for BRU. V Gaming looked to secure an Infinite Slayer for their side, but still with the lead that BRU has, they are trying to zone out the members of V Gaming with a 3 versus 5 matchup here before the Infinite Slayer spawns. There isn't a priority by by V Gaming though on the Slayer take because Quang Hai is located towards the bot side, but the other members are trying to secure this mid tier 1. With a clear of Nunu, they translated their focus on the Dark Lord Slayer instead. Overfly looking to contest along with Nunu, and as the respawn happens here on the side of Difox and KSSA, they actually collapse onto the members here of V Gaming. Now look to steal, and Difoxen actually gets the objective. A very nice comeback after that unfortunate death on the bottom lane.
Yep, and now you're seeing Buriram United, who is gonna go in for the defense. If they can actually pull this off, Buriram United can get home with the win. And since they've stolen this Dark Lord Slayer, they are going to be in the offensive. V Gaming now is gonna be going in for the defense. It's a 5-man Comet. Quang Hai is gonna be hot, but he is gonna be bursted down with all the damage coming in from the Joker and the Violet. And Maris is still gonna be running for the high heels, and Nunu is going in hard with a tumble, and they are now at the doorsteps of V Gaming. It's a 4v5 with a lot of damage coming in from Buriram United. Can they stand? The Hizifit is there, but it is gonna be a Nexus block. Buriram United is gonna be taking home the win.
Oh my, that was a fast game nonetheless. BRU with a strong start in this game number 1 of this best of 7 series. V Gaming now has a second scratch on the record, and what a dominating game that was from BRU.
Yes, and Buriram United Esports taking that steal on the Dark Lord Slayer was very, very crucial, and with the damage that they've been accruing, it is just BRU all the way going there into the matches. We saw some amazing plays from V Gaming, but it was not enough. The mid game was always with the side of Buriram United because they had the damage on their side with all of the ranges and with the DPS not being secured by V Gaming, like Wang TD, who is just gonna be sniping in the back. They are very outscaled in terms of the damage that is being dealt. And in those kind of trades, the tanks were not gonna be able to sustain Wang TD because the only damage that you're going to be expecting from an Elsu is just the snipe. Not like what you're going to see from Buriram United. You have the Tulin, you have the Joker, you have the Violet, and then of course you have Overfly who can just commit onto the Elsu and also to the Raz.
Yeah, and we saw BRU playing a relatively safe early game to allow themselves to snowball and also scale up, and then when the fights actually occurred, well, it's BRU taking the upper hand. At most, it was just the first blood a while ago onto the top side, onto KSSA when they tried to rescue a member, and also onto the bot side river when Difoxen and KSSA got caught out. But because of the Dark Lord Slayer take, the steal of Difoxen, it allowed them to actually recuperate from the misfortune that happened in the bot side river and close this game out pretty quickly. A fantastic game here by BRU, and to even think about that, well, they have invested on a lot of meta heroes and also strong picks, but so does V Gaming. They even picked up the Lubu along with the other heroes they have picked up to try and maybe clinch out a dominating start for this game, for this series. But no, it didn't pan out well for them. I think one of the problems was Maris not being able to kind of snowball in this game, taking out some members of BRU with some assassinations. We didn't see that much of a high DPS, a consistent DPS from V Gaming, because Wang TD with an Elsu is not going to be able to do that, unlike Nunu and Difoxen and also F1 constantly dealing a lot of damage and being even able to burst out V Gaming.
Yep, and so far with the gameplay that we saw for Buriram United, they were able to actually counter the big tanks coming in from V Gaming. They were not expecting this kind of damage that was being felt all throughout the game, coming in from Nunu, coming in from Defoxin, and of course, they're not able to actually just close out because of the zip. Because if they do close out, they can just disengage, use a zip roll, get some stuns in, and the damage is already too substantial for the Lubu and even the Omen. That's 4 damage dealers on the side of Buriram United. So them actually going in for premature plays, like taking in that Dark Lord Slayer, going in for clashes in the middle game, was detrimental to their chances to actually take the win. One of the reasons there is that if you're actually packing some tanks in your lineup and you're seeing a lot of damage dealers, the best possible option there is to actually push a late game kind of scenario wherein you're gonna have the advantage because you are gonna have all of your defensive items ready for the clashes. And at that point, I felt like the Omen was just too squishy for all the damage dealers, and also of course Lubu as well is not gonna be able to last with all of the damage being thrown at him. They just didn't have any kind of lifeline to actually scale them. They did have a Raz and they did have an Elsu who is gonna be dealing some sort of damage. We saw when the snipe connects that the Violet is actually reeling from the pain, but it doesn't matter because he is in the back lane wherein he's just going to be using those free looks to his advantage. Especially a Violet has that insane range whenever he goes for a tumble.
Yeah, and also there was a bit of hesitation on the side of V Gaming to start Dark Lords there. If they are going to commit on that objective take, it would have been better if Quang Hai wasn't located towards bot. He tried to push a bot lane instead of trying to go in on the Dark Lord Slayer camp, and it kind of delayed their taking on the objective. And BRU just bought enough time for the other members, Fox and KSSA, to actually come back up and respond to that take. And if V Gaming actually took that objective initially and not hesitated at all, maybe Foxen wouldn't have able to steal that Dark Lord Slayer, because he was really efficient in his snipes and pokes trying to get that Dark Lord Slayer, and when he did, it just turned into a disaster for V Gaming. I think V Gaming is a little bit scattered in this game number 1, which is kind of surprising. They don't normally show this kind of behavior or play style in most, if not all, of their games. Normally we see them really dominant, really composed, collected, and also just overall trying to dominate all their games. And this is definitely a shock for us and maybe most of the people that have watched their previous games. BRU now has a solid start in the series, and we do normally see them having a strong performance whenever they take a game number 1.
Yep. And now game number 2 is going to be starting with Buriram United getting that first win. They are definitely looking to close this first 2 games to their advantage. But V Gaming, we all know, is one of the most dominant teams. They did suffer a lose in the opening round of this Best of 7 series, but it doesn't matter. They are still the team that has the highest win rate here in the AIC 2021.
And let's see if that high win rate will result to this window on the Grand Finals, as BRU already has that first point. V Gaming looking to come back in the series so far and answer with a tie on the score, as they are situated on the blue side. BRU on the red side this time, so first pick priority here for V Gaming as they do ban out the Lubu, one of the heroes that they have already picked up during the game number 1 that didn't really kind of had the best of a performance, I must say, when it got piloted or used by Quang Hai. Normally we don't see it happening. So here, Aya taken away along with the Tulin. It's kind of like the first initial bans here, as V Gaming also took out the Roxy. So now the AOE is being hovered and immediately picked up here for V Gaming. So a lot of rotation priority on the side of V Gaming and a good backline access as well.
Yep, and we're gonna see a Richter being over there by Buriram United. Maybe they are going in for a composition wherein the initiation of that Richter is gonna be one of the key. And if you want to counter an Avoid pick, the actual thing that you need to do is to actually put someone that can actually tank the damage of that Avoid. Because after he uses the Dragon Slash and Dragon's Claw, the damage that he can deal is actually mitigated once the passive that he has accumulated has been already reduced. So if you are in a composition, most of the counters for the Avoid pick last AWC was the Kilgrot, but now we're not seeing the Kilgrot pick being too hot going here in the AIC. They're opting more for more of those tankier fighters like the Key and also the other fighters in the current meta. And BRU finish it off with the Florentino to make that 1v1 duel possible for them. But looking at V Gaming, they're going hot with the damage that they are going to be fielding with the Kafeni and also the Crixie.
Yeah, a lot of damage here on the side of V Gaming. Let's see if BRU is going to be stepping it up a notch with the Telana's pick. No, they actually hover in the Raz. And since Superman is still available, and I'm not so sure though if it's gonna be allowed here by V Gaming, as BRU is stepping it up a notch with a lot of damage and engage in their composition to try and close a distance here on to Huang TD later on with the Kafeni, as they do take out the Airi. Kira being respected here by V Gaming. Let's see if V Gaming is going to be taking out the Superman away, since it can be a hassle sometimes, but due to the fact that BRU already picked up the Richter, I'm not so sure if they are still going to be picking up the Superman later on, since they haven't picked up their marksman yet. There can be a prioritization on V Gaming to remove some of the late game heroes or some of the possible good matchups here onto their Kafeni pick.
Yep, and looking at the first 3 picks of Buriram United, it is a pick wherein we're seeing a lot of those assassinations that can actually work for Buriram United. The ambushes are going to be there with the Richter and also the Raz in play. So they definitely have the advantage on getting the ambushes and maybe bursting out those key heroes on V Gaming, who's going to be very, very squishy. The Avoy can be bursted out, the Kafeni can be bursted out, and also the Crixie is definitely someone that you can burst out as well. But that goes the same with the Raz pick. And now they're actually hovering onto a Telenas and then switching it up with the Wisp. Is this going to be a pocket pick waiting to happen for BRU, which they're going to be using the Shock and Gnaw to actually deal damage in a clash?
Yeah, and well, I kind of like this pick with the Wisp, since we already saw a strong performance with the Wisp, although it was not for BRU but for Hong Kong Attitude during their match against BRU yesterday. Maybe that is something that they are looking to adapt with regards to the damage. But now, V Gaming are also investing on some of the front line and also some protection here, with the Paina being hovered and also the Ryoma in their composition. So far, they have a lot of engage and also overall balanced composition on their side, with the utility being provided here by the Paina. So let's see how BRU is gonna be solidifying their draft. Are they gonna be picking up the Superman? But no, they are hovering the Zell as of the moment, since it is available for the taking. A while ago during game number 1, it has been banned out, but now since it's free to take, BRU is gonna be completing their draft with more damage. Comparing it to the composition of V Gaming, we're seeing a more balanced side on on V Gaming. However, BRU is gonna be threatening fights in this game number 2.
Yep, and V Gaming actually went in for the Pina pick to synergize well with the Kafeni pick as well to add that health region. But is it gonna be enough? Because we're gonna see a lot of assassin heroes onto BRU. That's 2 assassins on the Raz and also the Zil, who can definitely deal a lot of those damage, especially if they are gonna be able to lock into the Kafeni. So it is gonna be a key on how the Pina is gonna be able to make safety net for that Kafeni in the clashes that is gonna happen. Because if he's not gonna be able to, sustain Kafeni in the clashes, they're gonna be losing out. That is their only sustainable DPS. Although there is gonna be a lot of burst damage onto V Gaming, we're still seeing that KSSA is gonna be the Richter. And of course, with the Florentino on the side of BRU, they're going to have sustainability as well, as long as they're not going to be bursted out. And this is one of the more balanced kind of draft that we're going to see. Both of them are just hoping to get the damage in as much as possible. These are the compositions that we can consider as glass cannons. So which cannon is actually going to be stronger? We'll find out in game number 2 as the heroes are being spawned here into the map.
Let's see game number 2 in this best of 7 series. V Gaming looking to strike back at BRU after that dominating win by Buriram United Esports in game number 1. Starting things off with some pokes and engage actually here by KSSA, but he took more damage than death, and as he closed the distance here onto Maris and Han. But with the help of Nunu, they are just trying to clear out the wave as quickly as possible. KSSA getting caught out, forced to use that flicker, but Maris taking a bit of damage here from Nunu, especially with the rising uppercut. But that power surge is not gonna be hitting him as of the moment, as Overfly is just trying to get this win in the 1v1 situation against Birdle B.
Yep, and we're gonna see here that both of these teams are going to play it as safe as it gets. No risky invades, no risky plays at all. They're just going in for the leash, and Buriram United is gonna be the first one to clear down their lanes. And this is Kwang Hai going in and trying to go for a kill, and Nuno is gonna get that kill on F1. Gets the secure kill on Kwang Hai as well, with the uppercut from Nuno helping him secure that first blood.
Yeah, rising uppercut into a flicker to close the distance and make sure they land all the damage, since Nuno already tried to go in with the power surge, which unfortunately did not hit. And now with the first blood, they are solidifying this early game. And to talk about BRU on this aggression, I mean, we already know this is their kind of play style, but to see that it is actually kind of working against V Gaming, it might be detrimental to this blue team right now, as they might lose this Abyssal Dragon. They are trying to trade it out onto the top side objective, but Difoxin is just looking at them, maybe trying to go in with a steal since he successfully did it a while ago. It is not gonna be enough as Maris takes the objective for the team. With a one-to-one trade here, with the objectives, BRU still has the upper hand with regards to the economy, just a little over 500 gold as they look to dive onto the bot side. 1 versus 2, make it a 1v3 as Noon is also here. Overfly will secure that kill, and now we're seeing a 2-0. KSSA though, looking to disengage as Han and Maris spots him out, but so far things are looking really good for BRU.
Yep, and actually, with them getting that double kill, they are gonna have the better time. Wisp is gonna be someone that needs a lot of resources, and this is gonna give him a lot of breathing room, with much of the kills going into Florentino and also to Zell. They're gonna be able to secure more item advantages, and they can definitely burst out someone on V Gaming right now with the things actual play now with the gold advantage with them as well. Buriram United is just going in for all of those rotations, and Han is going to be spotting out KSSA. Wang TD uses the railgun, the jungle strike used by KSSA to get some damage in. He's going to use the restore, and still no push is going to happen. They are going to be securing that Sentinel, though, with 3 of the members of V Gaming there. But there is going to be a pickoff with Bird LB falling down on that tornado of F1.
Is just disaster right now for the solo laner here of V Gaming as Birdleby dies once again. He is suffering a lot of losses with regards to the economy as BRU just looks to snowball even further. Now Han being the front line, they are getting collapsed from all angles, but can they actually escape? The damage is relatively high on the side of V Gaming. They get a 1-for-1 trade as Wang TD is gonna be the sacrificial lamb, but BRU still maintaining aggression. Although that 1-for-1 trade is gonna be okay for V Gaming, they still need to keep watch on those ganks.
Yes, that was a very nice attempt. We saw V Gaming getting that positional advantage, but the problem here is that there is some kind of lead on Buriram United as well. So they are able to actually sustain the clash and get that trade in. And Wang TD is actually a crucial target for Buriram United, because for sure that is going to be someone that is going to be sustaining them, and that's the drag strap being used with Overfly, getting that combination in, and with Nunu being able to steal that red buff, another stack is going to be denied onto the jungler of V Gaming. They have been successfully harassing Quang Hai all throughout this game, and this might affect the rotations that he can do. He's been shut down one time already in this game as well, so he is going to be trying to trail down to F1's lead, which is at an 800 gold advantage in terms of matchup.
Yeah, and right now Quang Hai spots out Overfly going in for the 1v1. It flickers out as Maris looks to close the distance. Can they actually secure the Abyssal Dragon? The answer is yes, with a punish here by Quang Hai. So BRU losing that objective. They are going to be translating their focus here into the mid lane, but a gap closed once again here by Quang Hai, looking to prevent them from securing this objective. But Nunu with an engage will not get that kill onto Quang Hai. They are going to be disengaging successfully as F1 is just securing that that camp for the meantime while he clears out this wave. Maybe they can take out the Dark Slayer after this, but they're looking to steal out some of the camps here of Quang Hai. In the process, they take out the tower atop to increase their gold lead a little bit, as they do like to collapse here onto Birdleby and Quang Hai. Maybe try to steal out their blue buff. Now, as we see a collapse here into the mid lane by V Gaming, they are trying to clear out the wave to prevent that objective take here by BRU, and that strategy is halting the snowball capability of V Gaming as of the moment, as they are looking to actually defend this tier 1 turret at the bot. Will they actually engage here, as they are going to be losing this tower due to Wang TD's relatively high range, as Han is just setting up vision for them. He is relatively tanky, and he is not a priority target here by BRU as they actually get collapsed upon here. Quang Hai gonna disengage for the moment, canceling that gap close onto BRU.
And V Gaming right now is still trailing by 800 gold. Not much. It is still gonna be winnable, but we are still in the early parts of the game, and with F1 being spotted out here, there is going to be some information on the rotations that's going to happen for BRU, with Maris and Wang TD and the others going in, trying to go for a sandwich play. Nunu's going to be spotting them out. Devoxin is going to be in danger as well, and Devoxin tries his best to outlast them, but without any kind of support from the tanks, the assassins, and even the Dark Sailor lane, they're going to be able to get that double kill.
And the problem here on why BRU is getting caught out is that F1 is kind of trying to focus on the farming, taking some camps even or like the waves on their laners, but without him being there to actually rotate towards his teammates, they become a little bit more vulnerable, and V Gaming is making most out of that situation. They take 2 3 towers already, and they have secured a 1.2k gold lead as they are also securing that Infinite Slayer. Huang TD is gonna collapse upon, pops out the orb for KSSA, but now he's also gonna get taken down. Overfly being overextended as well. Nunu can't do anything along with Difoxin, since they know nobody's gonna be there to act as the front line for your team for them to be able to dish out their damage. Because of that, V Gaming is just continuously punishing them for their mistakes. 5-5 on the scoreboard, but as we're seeing on the objective side, V Gaming is coming out top, especially for the economy.
Yes, and with Bird LB being able to box out Nunu and also Defoxin, that opened up a spot for V Gaming to actually engage onto Overfly, who was dealing a lot of those combination damage with the Florentino. And with this kind of lead, V Gaming is now the one on top in terms of the equilibrium and the gold advantages as well. KSSA is going to be spotting now Bird LB here onto the top lane. Nunu is going to be using the power surge, the shock, and being procced out by Defoxin, but just repositions himself again. And this has been one of the games where the protection is not going to be there from KSSA, who's just trying to give F1 all of the advantages right now. He is the one getting the resources for his team. So they are trying to funnel the gold onto that hero. But how about Defoxin? How about Nunu? And Overfly cannot sustain them as well. And that's going to be the Dragon Stride being procced out. The Holy Dragon might be taken in with the knockup coming in from Maris. It is just going to be too much. It is going to be an explosive KO used by Nunu. He is not going to be able to get that kill. And the shock and is also going to be cancelled. Not going to be able to take any damage at all. That's the Gentleman's Duel being used here with KSSA. Might be in danger. The Dragon Stride is going to be finishing him off. And that is already a successful take for the side of V Gaming, as they're going to be barreling down into this third tier turret without any tanks on VRU. They're not going to be able to contest easily. Han is going to use that heal, and that heal also adds some armor as well and attack speed. And if he uses the Nature's Rally, he is going to be able to use some stuns as well. The Dragon Strike is going to be used. Overfly is going to be almost taken out. Nunu is already fallen. And F1 as well. The Tornado is not going to be able to get that kill. They're trying to go for that backdoor, but without any creep waves, they need to disengage or they are going to be punished for it. And with the wave crashing into the mid lane again, Overfly, KSSA, and Defoxin, are they going to be enough? And that's going to be the knockup again. Overfly is going to fall down without any sustainability. KSSA with the Mark of the Hunter, and Defoxin going to be taken out with Quang Hai using the Dragon Strike. It is the Nexus Lock already, and V Gaming takes game number 2.
A better performance right now by V Gaming, making sure they tie up the score. This is a more standard V Gaming performance that we know. Taking this game number 2, and now they're looking so strong. VRU, we saw more mistakes coming in from them, particularly with F1 questionably not being able to be there for his teammates, especially when the rotations came from V Game. They started out strong. F1 was always there, but for some reason he focused more on to just farming in the lanes, taking the waves of his teammates, and then because of that, V Gaming knew that was happening. After this fight that we see here on the screen, the 1-for-1 trade, rotations came from V Gaming, and there is no Zill to be seen following up and also collapsing with the members of BRU.
Yep, and as we saw, BRU was the one with the rotational advantages, and this actually has been overturned because of F1 always showing himself up in the map. So there is already no unpredictability on the rotations that BRU has. And if they keep on playing this kind of strategy wherein F1 is just going to be showing himself up, or most of the players are actually showing themselves up in the map, it is going to be detrimental to them. And they already knew that KSSA was not always there for the protection of Yunu and also Defoxin. He was protecting F1 all day long, and this resulted to a lot of aggressive plays from V Gaming because they knew who's going to be tanking for these two damage dealers? Nobody. So we're just going to be getting those free kills for ourselves. That is the line of thinking that BRU had going into game number 2, and it was a disaster for them.
A disaster indeed. We don't see the collected mindset here of BRU, and they're just gonna get punished here by V Gaming since they are more of a standard team. We talked about the draft kind of being more balanced on the side of V Gaming during the pick and bans, but we kind of like the start of BRU. Unfortunately, they kind of lost their momentum for some reason, and maybe some miscommunications happened. But I kind of am pinning point more on to F1's performance. I think that has been a crucial factor resulting to the loss here of BRU, and that should be something that they should be patching up. If they are going on an aggressive lineup, they should be aggressive, not going for unnecessary farms, especially when V Gaming are stepping on the gas pedal already. If they aren't gonna be letting their teammates die in these big ganks that V Gaming are making, there's nothing that they are gonna be able to get. We saw them not focusing on objectives as well, leaving out the Abyssal Dragon and the Dark Slayer a while ago. So at that point, we already saw the momentum falling off of BRU, and slowly but surely is just a V Gaming taking the wheel and also taking on BRU, not letting them come back anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, gold is definitely something that is important, but if it's gonna be detrimental to your rotations, better not just go for the farms, because if you keep on farming in those certain situations wherein you're just gonna be left off out in the open and you're gonna be read by your opponents, then better just have it maybe hide onto the bushes and let others actually show themselves up, because I feel like that is the better way to actually go if you want to farm. But in those situations wherein you're just gonna leave the Foxen and Nunu for themselves without KSSA in tow, that's just a disaster waiting to always to happen. And this has been one of the problems of BRU in game number 2. I hope in game number 3 they're gonna be able to solve this, but this is what we're gonna see in the scoreboard. The graph is leaning on BRU all throughout the early game. But once we started where they got the 2-man pick off onto the Foxen and to Nunu, it was just all about V Gaming getting the advantages. They have the dive comp, they have the burst damage as well. So this is something that they were able to capitalize on. And in terms of the objectives, it was all V Gaming with 2 dragons and 2 slayers, while BRU only was able to secure 1 dragon. In terms of towers, kills, and gold, it was V Gaming who was able to capitalize as well. And game number 2's MVP is gonna be Maris on that Crixie, a 91.7% KP, 308 KDA, 63k damage dealt. Roll goal difference is 2,474. MVP points is 11.9, and this is his 4th MVP of the AIC. And this is going to be something that is a spectacular performance since this is already the championships. We're going to be seeing much more of a performance on Maris in these best of 7 series, but for now we're ending it at a 1-4-1 score. And we're gonna go for a very short break before we continue to game number 3. So this is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiyong. Don't touch the browser. We'll be right back. And we're back into the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiang. We are now in the midst of entering game number 3. But so far, with a 1-for-1, with no team at an advantage at all. But the momentum is going to be leaning onto V Gaming. We're going to be expecting a lot more in game number 3. Is there going to be a comeback again wherein we're going to see BRU taking it back from V Gaming, or is it still going to be the momentum from V Gaming spiraling here to game number 3? So that is something that we want to see. And yeah, we are seeing a lot of good performances from both teams. It's just that there are situational mistakes that we've already assessed, just like how BRU wants to funnel all the gold to F1. But in that kind of scenario, you actually need to have a lot of distraction as well. Because if they're not going to be adding that distraction into that gold funnel, they are going to be having a hard time in maintaining their lead. Because for sure, V Gaming is going to be spotting out F1 all throughout the game. And that is what happened in game number 2. Game number 3 needs to be different. BRU needs to field something like a 3-man composition that can hold the line for them, or at least have a lot of sustainable heroes onto their side. V Gaming so far knew how to play out their conditions. They knew how to stick together and know how to actually press the advantage whenever they have the opportunity.
Yeah, and now let's see with BRU on the blue side once again, after their kind of struggle during game number 2 and not at all collected form of them. We're seeing one of the coaches here of V Gaming giving their players a bit of a massage on their arms, maybe to give them a slight boost. Let's see if it's gonna be BRU coming back on this game number 3 though, because game number 2 was definitely questionable in a sense, and we saw more of a redemption on the side of V Gaming during that game, as they just steamrolled after finally catching out BRU, slowing down. And that's one of the problems here of BRU. Sometimes when they lose the momentum, it's just hard for them to get back up, and they have to prevent that from happening, and also from them being distracted in certain scenarios. As the pick and bans come through, Florentino and Hayate taken away right now by BRU, so that can be a ban here by V Gaming onto the Omen, since they have used it already during game number 1. The Elso is still available on the side of BRU, but they're not going to be picking it up. They are focusing on getting DeLorean for the meantime, as V Gaming can't really pick it up anymore due to the fact that they have already used it in game number 1. The other options can be going on engage heroes. They haven't picked up the Superman as of this series. They are going to be hovering it for the meantime, and that would be a really nice pick for them if ever they do decide to lock it up.
Yep, and with the DeLorean pick, they are going to be able to use that to their advantage in terms of the zone control that the DeLorean can actually bring to the fight. Most of the time, if the Starry Sky is not going to be committed in the opening seconds of the match, he is going to actually be wreaking havoc and actually going in for psychological warfare, wherein they're just going to be scared to actually just engage because of the Starry Sky not yet appearing. Because when you are hit with the Starry Sky, that's a long time where you're going to be knocked up. And V Gaming going in for that 2 combination of DC heroes on the Superman and also the Wonder Woman. This is a strong set of a duo. Just because the Superman can set a lot of times in the clashes, he can go in for the disengages, re-engages, and also pushing the enemies into the kill zone or into the right spot where they want to get the pick off. Wonder Woman is one of the strongest counter initiators in this game. because once he pops off that raises a submission, he can stun the enemy in his front and also gets that boost of a shield to everyone who is in the range. If it's his allies, they're gonna also get that shield and speed up. That is one of the biggest factors why Wonder Woman is one of the most picked up heroes in the AIC, and Tulin has been locked in by V Gaming. I'm wondering, is this going to be a mid Tulin again for V Gaming, or they're going to be using that in the jungle?
Yeah, lots of flex picks here on the side of V Gaming that can mess with the mind here of BRU if ever they are not going to be able to predict the lanings here of V Gaming, but they are having a solid front line nonetheless. Roxy gonna be respected here by V Gaming as they do take it away along with Itachi. BRU removing some of the frontline heroes that V Gaming can actually take, particularly the Richter and the Violet gonna be prioritized as well with regards to the bans, as V Gaming already picked up the Kafeni and the Elsu during their initial games. But right now with the Joker hover, it's not gonna be so bad for V Gaming as well. They have used it with a high synergy onto the Superman and the Tulin already, and it's gonna be threatening the early to mid game for sure.
And looking at BRU's first 3 picks as well, if we're gonna analyze that V Gaming has a lot of those sets and kata initiates, we're gonna see BRU actually, of course, picking up their favorite marksman on that level, who has so far been one of the boon on the strategy. Once the double trouble gets a hit, it is for sure Nunu getting that Star Sky to get a wombo combo in unison with that double trouble. And that's gonna be a big thing for BRU. If the Foxen is gonna be consistently hitting his ultimate, the double trouble, they are going to be having the better time against V Gaming, because there is still that kind of time wherein the Wonder Woman and the Superman is still not going to be able to tank all the damage from BRU. And that is going to be one of the facts with the Lubu being here onto BRU as well. They have a lot of the probability, especially in the early game, to actually dominate and sustain most of the damage coming in from V Gaming. And them actually hovering into the Malok and also the Yena might be adding more damage to their side as well, especially that Malok is one of the heroes that can actively breach the shield of the Wonder Woman, who is definitely, when he is going to be forced to use up braces as a submission, is not going to be able to take advantage of the shield that it actually procs. And Yena onto the mix, so far one of the heroes that is underperforming here. I'm not really sure about the Yena pick. I think this is one of those counter picks that they have thought out to actually face off as Superman.
Yeah. I'm kind of well, this is gonna be the debut though of a Moran marksman on the side of V Gaming, and also Arthur. Well, we don't normally see a superb performance with an Arthur pick, but we do sometimes see a good output with this one. And V Gaming, I think, is one of the best teams to actually be able to fully utilize an Arthur pick, and especially in this game against BRU, as they are going to be investing on the long run still for this best of 7 series. Let's see though if it's going to be working in this game, as they also have invested a lot on the meta picks, particularly the Superman, the Wonder Woman, Tulin being picked up as well. So BRU is going to be having a relatively high pressure in this game number 3, since they have invested quite a lot on the huge picks as of the moment. The double trouble here of Difoxen would be really crucial, that it should hit the crucial members here of V Gaming, particularly the Moran here of Huang TD or even Quang Hai. if it's gonna be hitting the other members, it's gonna be a little bit harder for BRU to take them down, especially with the Malok pick that they do have. They only have one choice, whether to engage or disengage, and that can be something that V Gaming are gonna be looking out for, as we do see BRU's performance during game number 2 a little bit scattered. If they're gonna be having that kind of performance once again, it's just gonna be disaster for them.
Yep, and with game number 3 starting, we're gonna have high hopes that we're gonna see a new strategy from both sides. There's gonna be a lot of potential on the wombo combos here for Buriram United Esports. While on V Gaming, of course, this is gonna be also a matchup of the combos. And game number 3 is gonna be starting with V Gaming on the red side and Buriram United in the blue side. I'm just gonna be curious to see who's gonna be able to set who in this type of game, with Mars using the Wonder Woman in the mid lane. KSSA might be going in for the cleave, but they're just saving it to get that pass clear, and a push coming in from Han is gonna be procced out. But the disrupt from KSSA is just gonna be on time for that tower to not actually get that damage in.
Yeah, and I'm really kind of curious on Wang TD though, on this Moran pick, how he is gonna be able to fully utilize this particular hero, since it has, you know, some pros and cons. What there is definitely a reason why it is not really that much used in the whole of AIC just yet. But with the composition that they do have, it can actually work, provided the peel that the other members can actually give for him. But with the dive incoming here, Nunu, KSSA, and Difoxing looking to tower dive onto Wang TD. I don't think he's gonna be surviving this. As the first blood comes through, it's Difoxing that gets the kill, and Maris Han, they're just a little too late to respond to that location. As we also see, you know, an aggressive approach here by Birdleby, just cutting the wave for Overfly, as he is going to be having that priority with regards to the rotation, since the wave is just going to be crashing onto the tower here of Birdleby, of Overfly, as Birdleby looks to set up vision over this bot side river. But BRU is going to be catching up. They are going to be starting this Abyssal Dragon for the taking, while V Gaming is gonna trade it out with the Dark Slayer. So relatively okay trading here by both teams. BRU focusing on scaling here with the take on the Dragon. They are actually attempting on stealing this, but they're not gonna be successful in doing so. Han is getting CC chained though, so he might not be able to escape, as he is just relatively low. Nunu this time takes a kill, and now we're on a 2-0. A little bit of a deja vu from game number 2, but if it's gonna be the same output, as BRU is gonna be, you know, slowing down, it's just not gonna be that good for them, as V Gaming still has a good chance on coming back from this.
Yep, if they do lose this, they're going to be losing a lot of those flex picks for BRU. I know all of the picks right now is one of their specialties, like Nunu's Lorian, the Foxen's Laville, and of course the Lubu for F1. Han is going to be spotting out Nunu here into the brush. He is not going to be forcing in that kind of push into the brush as well, because he knows he doesn't have the tank ability just yet. With the Foxen and Nunu in there, that's going to be the double trouble, almost getting a hit, and the shock is going to be deterring Wang TD for that run. But with the double trouble not getting a hit, it is going to be a nice attempt for BRU to pressure the lanes there, while F1 is going to be spotting out that small cap take from Guanghai and also Maris.
Maris is so far not having the best time with their rotation, but maybe this is their chance, as Wang TD now picks up a kill, a revenge kill onto Difoxen, as they are making their way with the rotations towards the top lane. KSSA is gonna be in trouble if he doesn't have any backup, because Han is here for the pressure, as we do see a dive onto the bot side Bertleby getting damaged, but he's relatively tanky, so is gonna be able to disengage successfully as BRU cast out that double trouble, not hitting Maris. So a relatively okay dodge right there, avoiding a potential casualty at the side of V Gaming, and BRU are just gonna be consistently looking out for picks. And whenever the double trouble doesn't connect, it's going to be a chance for V-Game to actually strike back as they take out KSSA without even a single chance to escape, as you're just going to be completely, constantly knocked back towards the tower.
Yep, and with BRU actually losing some of the gold advantage that they have, this is most likely the form that we've seen from game number 2. But so far, it is still anyone's game. Every wheel always gets their turn. And for now, BRU just needs to endure. They have the better late game potential because of the hyper carry on that level. Not like what we're going to see from V Gaming, who's going to be falling off in the late game with Wong TD's hero. Actually, not that late game certified, just because we're going to see Morin not really dealing a lot of damage, even with the crit items as well. That's just how he's built. He's going to be tanky though. And Han is going to be getting in the brunt of that double trouble. He's going to be able to use the Man of Steel to just safely disengage from that engagement. KSSA did not use his shock. So maybe they're waiting for that double trouble to actually hit someone that is not going to be protected. As long as Han is going to be there, he's just going to be using the speeding bullet to actually re-engage and disengage. There's going to be a spot out here. Wong TD is losing that range battle, and it is the Man of Steel. Speeding bullet is going to be used. Is he going to be taken out? Defoxin might be in danger, and that's a Star Sky connecting, and maybe almost gets that kill, and Wong TD is in the area. Nunu is going to be using the teleportation to actually get out. Double trouble is going to be used as well. Not going to get a hit on anyone. Morrison, Wong TD is there. Overfly is going to be entering the fray, but he almost gets bursted down by Wong TD.
He is dealing a lot of damage at 7 minutes into the game. That is kind of scary, since Overfly is not really that much tanky enough to actually soak all of that DPS coming in from Wong TD. Now we're starting to see, you know, the exact situation of BRU during game number 2, as they are kind of losing out in this early to mid game. After their strong start, they kind of failed to keep up the pace onto V Gaming, as they are constantly getting chunked out and also zoned away, losing some of the choices and resources here. As you know, Bertleby continues to pressure bot lane. There is gonna be an attraction towards BRU to try and take them down, as we do see the double trouble connecting onto Maris. The camera switch here onto Bertleby. Not scared at all on that 2v1, since he knows he is kind of beefy in a sense. Wong TD though isn't, so he has to respect the damage coming in here. Pops out the orb to survive. Same goes here for Defoxin, but he is gonna fall down. A 1-for-1 trade as of the moment, as Han is trying to push KSSA towards the tower, but KSSA knows better. He knows how to dodge that kind of strategy. He's going to be able to disengage successfully. Meanwhile, a fight breaks out here on the top side of the river, with Bertleby and Overfly just, you know, throwing some jabs onto each other. But we all know Bertleby is almost immortal, so he is not gonna be scared at all to face anyone as of the moment. Gold lead is currently in favor still of V Gaming, and BRU, if they want to come back from this, they have to start and take objectives. Holy Dragon's a good start for them, but if they are going to be contested, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to actually secure it. Double trouble now connecting, but no follow-up. Finally, Nunu goes in, but that hesitation kind of hinders them from getting a kill, even almost having a casualty onto Nunu because of it, as the Darkslayer is being taken right now by V Gaming. It is not going to be contested at all, as they are going to be securing this Infinite Slayer with some of the members of BRU located towards the bot side to maybe secure a tower. A tier 1 tower, the first tower here for BRU, while a contest onto the top lane is happening. Luckily, Nunu is there for the defense, and they do prevent that take. But V Gaming overall still has a better economy, and if BRU are not going to be able to catch up, it's going to be spelling out trouble for them. Speak of trouble, double trouble connecting, but not onto Maris. So they collapse with a speeding bullet right now by Han. The CC chain is just too much, and F1 falls down. KSSA is just going to be another victim as the Infinite Slayer pushes here in the mid.
And this has been the characteristic of V Gaming. They are going in for those clashes, and they go in it with a big stake. Just because you're not gonna see a half commit for V Gaming. They are always going in on those clashes with 5 of their members ready, always for the taking. And that's Wong TD trying to go for the damage. The 50 players trying to push down, but the second tier turret is not going to be taken easily onto the midst of Nunu, using the Star Sky to go for that clear wave. Birdell B is going to be spotted out here. They are going to have a lot of information though, and with F1 being taken again, that's a double trouble. Being procced out by Defoxen, getting a miss. They're going to be spotted, not F1 onto that brush. Mars might be taken out. That's going to be the Conqueror, and the Razor submission being used. The shock is going to be used to disengage the members of V Gaming, and that is a successful harassment for VGM.
Yeah, V Gaming is just slowly but surely upping their lead and preventing the comeback here for BRU. We're seeing a more systematically approach here by V Gaming against BRU, taking most of the resources and also preventing any response from them. Han and Birdleby has been popping off with their frontline picks as the double trouble connects here onto Wong TD. They are collapsing onto them right now. A bit of a separated approach by BRU, but they're trying to make most out of the situation. Nunu didn't get that good engage, but the follow-up is amazing. Wong TD will finally get catched out, but Nunu is taking a bit of damage. Can he actually dodge its skill shots? The answer is yes, but they're losing structures onto the other side of the map as Birdleby takes out their tier 2 tower. F1 and Overfly are trying to take him down, but it's not going to be possible at all. He is a beefy boy, and he's going to be surviving a lot more than they expect as they do transfer their attention towards Maris. He is taking a bit of damage, but he is relatively healthy enough to disengage. Now with the attention dragged to the Holy Dragon, can they actually take this before V Gaming collapses onto them, because they're eyeing on that contest? They want to secure this as well, or maybe go in for a steal, but with the numbers advantage, BRU are still going to be able to take this out. Only suffering for a 500 gold deficit, maybe close down even right now, as they are trying to gain with the economy along with the objective taking. We're starting to see the momentum boost up now for BRU.
Yep, looking at the lead, no one is really having the goal advantage right now. It is still going to be a 5-for-6 in the scoreboard. Birdell B is going to be spotted now. No, the deep impact is going to be used, and with the damage to Defoxen, it is still not going to be enough with Nunu and Defoxen only in the area. Nunu is going to have that DPS actually being felt here by Birdell B. The Defoxen's ultimate, which is the double trouble, not getting a hit, is something that has been recurring all throughout here in game number 3. They need to actually hit that shot before they actually get to go for an engage, and without the double trouble hitting, KSSA nor Nunu cannot use their ultimates effectively, and Overfly is going to be taking the brunt of that Thunderbird, and with his magic resist, he is going to be able to actually outlast some of the damage, and the Infinite Slayer is going to be started here with 5 of the people of Buriram United in the area. They're going to be spotting out most of the members of V Gaming as well. Birdell B is going to be entering into the back. F1, Defoxen is going to be caught out by Birdell B using that deep impact. He's not going to be able to run, and with that, Buriram United does not have the damage for a second ready for them. Wong TD is just going in trying to get that kill on KSSA. He does not get that kill, but he is going to be giving some space to the members of V Gaming as well. Although Kwang Hai was taken out into that engagement, it doesn't matter because Defoxin is repeatedly shut down by the members of V Gaming. And once we're not going to see Defoxin ready to carry BRU, V Gaming is just going to be on top on every type of engagement in every type of clash.
Although it was a little bit scary on the side of BRU, they still managed to secure the Infinite Slayer with a 1-for-1 take. Difoxin died, but so did Kwang Hai, so it's not really that much of a casualty for BRU. They actually came on top on that clash, even if the position wasn't really in favor of them. So right now, with the gold advantage still in favor of V Gaming, due to the fact that Bertleby is constantly making the rotations, now things are getting a little bit out of hand as the Dark Lord Slayer descends. Difoxin is relatively doing a lot of damage right now, even on to Bertleby, so that can be something that V Gaming are going to be trying to avoid. So does Huang TD, and we saw it, you know, shredding the HP bar of KSSA during that previous team fight. So right now with the pressure building towards the mid lane, the engage here onto F1, can he actually escape? The answer is yes. A nice knock up though onto Kwang Hai forces them to disengage for the moment, but another fight onto the top. Maris wins that 1v1, and that will spell out trouble for BRU in a 4v5 setup. They can't actually contest this Dark Lord Slayer because, you know, Bertleby is also going here. Damage though by Difoxin is relatively high. Maris soaking up most of it though as Kwang Hai goes in for the burst. Didn't really spot out the marksman. So now they transfer their attention towards the Dark Lord Slayer once again as the other members of BRU looks to regen their HP. Nunu is right here. The steal will not be possible and he gets set up with the spinning bull. Can he actually escape? The flicker into that pushback didn't actually work out well, but the other damage is being felt right now by BRU because of Wong TD and Maris. Now with two members down, they can't really fight the members of V Gaming that well, but they do take out Maris. That is a 1-for-2 trade, but not without the trade once again here by V Gaming as they look to get 4 people in total as they take down KSSA as well. The mid lane is being threatened, the top lane is being threatened as well, and the Dark Lord Slayer is now marching onto the mid lane. Can BRU actually defend? It's gonna be a big challenge for them. Although Han is relatively low in terms of HP, V Gaming are still very confident to engage onto them. A flicker out by Noon, but it takes a little bit more damage than he is supposed to. They're trying to defend. The double trouble didn't connect onto anyone at point blank range, but they take down Wang TD. They can actually defend right now. The Dark Lord Slayer is gonna get taken down. Nunu falls down too, but BRU living for another day. V Gaming, even if they took out the inhibitor and have a 4,000 gold lead, BRU are still holding their ground.
Yep, and so far, it is going to be a 3k gold advantage by V Gaming. Is this going to be enough to actually go for that last push once they get another objective or another clash? Buridam United is going to be coming in strong here onto the mid lane. They're going to be trying to get that first tier turret. And Bertleby and Han is going to be coming back to actually disengage. And Maris is just going out and getting overfly on that 1v1. The double trouble again is not going to connect. And BRU is going to be facing the brunt of V Gaming in a 4 versus 5 situation. Is this going to be a push that is waiting to happen for V Gaming, or is Buridam United still going to be able to hang on? KSSA is going to be able to spot out Bertleby, who's going to be able to slow him down. Wang TD does some damage to him as well. F1 is going to be their target, but with we're going to see KSSA in the area. He is going to be able to disengage them. The rock shield is going to be used. KSSA is going to be falling down. The barrier is not enough to actually live. And Kwang Hai is going to be entering the area. Defoxin is doing his best for the defense here in the top lane. And Wang TD is going to be late to the party. Buridam United now being pressured with a 5-man engage. There's Overfly going to be adding himself to the mix. but his tankiness is not going to be felt for sure. Bird LB goes in hot, uses that deep impact, and now Nunu goes in with the engagements again. The double toe is going to get a hit. Han is going to be stunned here. Nunu is going to be taken out, and that dead side is going to be preventing Maris to actually succumb to the death of BRU.
Yeah, although Difoxin is starting to really hurt, the damage still not enough. And now they're contesting 3 versus 5 setup. This is going to be detrimental on the side of BRU as the focus is onto Difoxin. Maybe so. He is overextended. He flickers out, but the damage is just too much coming in from V Gaming. They can't handle it that much. They only lost Birdleby, but he is A-okay with that, since it will provide a lot of focus onto Huang TV with regards to staying alive. Now, even if Difoxin really hurts, if the other teammates are not going to be able to soak up the damage, he's just going to be falling off. And he's trying to do his very best to dish out the damage and also avoid the damage here of V Gaming as they look to clear out the mid. Nunu is now here. Can they actually push back the wave, since the Dark Lord Slayer is about to respawn, and that will threaten BRU once again, because V Gaming is going to be looking to secure it. They can actually just take it and even force a team fight here onto BRU, since Difoxin is located towards the bot. The double trouble, since it's on cooldown after Difoxin misses it once again, it's going to be a timing that V Gaming are going to be looking out for. Can actually start this objective. Quang Hai starts it up, attracting the members of BRU, as Overfly is gonna be late for the party. Birdleby goes in once again. Difoxin looking to just free hit. The double trouble misses once again. Han with a nice flank along with Quang Hai, and they get F1 in the process. Can they actually fight back? The damage is still relatively high on Difoxin, but he is being piled right now. Nunu tries to go in with a desperation play. The AoE damage is really high, but Quang Hai having to live for so long. Nunu, the only member left, being challenged right now by Han. Can they actually go in with a 3 versus 1? The answer might just be no, because Quang Hai is really going on the aggressive run, dealing a lot of damage, popping that second life onto 2 members of V Gaming. But now, since they're focusing onto the mid lane, can they actually defend? The answer is no. 12 seconds on F1, but it's not gonna be enough to save this game, as this point is going to V Gaming.
V Gaming getting that strong initiation, and this is a game and series wherein we're gonna see a more dominant V Gaming so far. Buriram United always falls off going after their strong start, and it is one of the story wherein V Gaming, in terms of the situation reads, in terms of the rotations, in terms of the draft, they know how to play their strengths well, and they are going to take game number 3 with a storm. And if this continues in this best of 7 series, we're not gonna see Buriram United taking back what they lost. They are now at a 1 game disadvantage, still winnable if they're gonna be able to take game number 4. But it is going to be harder if they are going to be losing out game number 4 after this momentous loss. We are seeing the momentum riding on to V Gaming, and you can see it on how they play. They have been aggressive, and they know how to go to the situations and actually go for the heroes that can actually defeat them in the clashes. They always zero in onto Difoxin, not letting him get those free looks that he wants. And so far, we're seeing that the Malak was not able to thwart any of the plays coming in from the initiators of V Gaming. The braces submission, the speeding bullet was just too much to actually take the brunt. They were getting those new looks with all the towers actually helping them in the fight, but still it didn't amount to anything. And we can see here on to the clash that happened, wherein they were able to overextend their line and then just go for the counter initiates of Maris, getting that stun, giving time to the members of V Gaming.
V Gaming just overall has a better performance and also a more collected form, especially in this game number 3. And if BRU are not gonna be able to, to fix their problem, it's just gonna be the curse happening all over again, and we're starting to see it resurface in this game number 2 and game number 3. Although we did see them kind of performing a little bit bad on this game number 2 and 3, there is a pattern building, a similar one towards their previous series, wherein when they battled against Hong Kong Attitude, they kind of had a good start on the game number 1, but suffered a lot of games on their losing end. But then they came back on the later games with a strong finish, and it can be possible still here against V Gaming, since they already put another scratch onto V Gaming. If they are gonna be able to collect themselves and maybe go in for this long run, it is gonna be a good chance for them. So far, things are looking dim, especially on their performance in game number 2 and 3, onto the performance of F1. And now we started to see a bit of weakness on the side of Overfly, losing thrice on the 1v1 against Maris. And if you are gonna be losing on a 1v1, you should avoid those kinds of scenarios on the next time you are gonna be facing it up, because it's just gonna be allowing your teammate to punish your team with a numbers advantage. And we saw a lot of negative results because Overfly kept on dying, and most of the resources were taken after that. And also the objective started by V Gaming with their numbers advantage. And since BRU has to try and contest it, they just decide on forcing that steal, forcing a team fight in which they are just gonna be advantaged, and V Gaming just came on top on all those scenarios.
Yep, and we're gonna see here the scoreboard of game number 3, wherein V Gaming was able to take the advantage onto BRU. There is gonna be a lot of deficits here in terms of kills. We are going to see actually a 9-kill deficit, wherein V Gaming is gonna take advantage of. In terms of gold, it is mostly V Gaming after the middle game clash. It was just all of the leads piling up for them. They have secured more towers, they have secured more slayers, but in terms of the early game, where we saw the advantage actually leaning on BRU because of their dragon secures and also the slayer secures, they were on their top form on the entry of the middle parts of the game. But having a strong start doesn't mean you're gonna have a strong end, as we saw here in game number 3. It's just that they were not able to play as smart as they could. They were not able to predict the positioning of the members of V Gaming, and that was detrimental to their chances, because most of the time that they go to a clash, they are always outnumbered, or they are going to be late to the party. And the MVP of game number 3 is going to be Kwang Hai, using that Tulin, 71.4%, 629 KDA, 246 damage dealt. That's a lot. 246,000 is definitely a lot in any type of game. And roll gold difference is 1,244. MVP points 13.7. This is his 10th MVP of this tournament. And now V Gaming is entering game number 4 with only 2 losses actually being felt all throughout AIC. So this is a very, very good sign for V Gaming. But before we go to game number 4, again, we are going to a very, very short break. So don't touch your browser. This is Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vitor. This is Giang. See you guys after this break.
going to hurt you much.
An enemy has been defeated. You have defeated an
disaster here for Hong Kong Attitude, but they do take a bit of damage here onto KSSA with that engaged Dada as well. It's really confident, trying to get in, and now they commit onto this team fight, but Overfly with a nice flank, zoning the other members away, so that turns into a disaster. The double trouble even connects, no escape for Easy. On the bot side, split pushing, but he's gonna get caught here by Overfly. It's not the best scenario now for Hong Kong Attitude. Can they actually contest this in a 4 versus 5? The answer is gonna be yes, in the sense with the damage that they are dealing, but same goes for BRU, taking out Easy and a bow almost immediately. Dada is here dealing lots of damage, taking 3 members, and with Shaolin free hitting for so long, they take out 4 in exchange for 2 in that 4v5 team fight, and now they're trying to get a kill here onto Overfly. He is relatively tanky, but he is really getting railed here by Shaolin with the long death timers. I think it's gonna be inevitable. It's gonna be game.
Going in there, just throwing in the gust. Overfly spot him out. He is receiving a lot of damage, and that's going to be substantial damage as well. And he is going to be the Richter being taken out, but we are going to see a backdoor from Freedom United. Is it going to be enough? Let's see if it is. And it is going to be, might be successful, but with the disrupt on side. What? They are the ones who are going in hot.
One can actually get taken down. The Agnes Grip connects, but he is still alive. BRU are living, and they're not getting taken down as of the moment. Can CC actually survive? The answer is no, as another Cataclysm falls down, but it's not actually enough with regard to the damage.
Welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. And my name is Victoria. This is Giyang. We are at the grand finals at game number 4 with the advantage onto V Gaming, getting a score of 2-1 in advantage of V Gaming. BRU is still going to be trailing. If they're not going to be able to secure game number 4, for sure, they are going to be in the losing end.
It's already coming into a pattern right now for BRU. Nabi having a strong start, but kind of failing to keep up the momentum in their favor. And we're starting to see V Gaming being the more standard team in this series. I mean, this is the grand finals, and I think so far V Gaming has been taking this a little bit more seriously in a sense. And BRU, if they want to actually catch up with regards to the points, with regards to the score right now, they have to step up their gameplay. They need to have a more collective approach in their games, especially after we saw a lot of minor but also consistent mistakes on their end. Some of the members were kind of miscommunicating with the other members, trying to make some solo plays, but those mistakes actually turned out bad for them, resulting to an even more disastrous taking by V Gaming, especially a while ago during game number 3, Overfly dying a lot of times. And even if Nunu and Dayfoxen were doing their very best with regards to dishing out damage, if V Gaming is going to be having a more complete lineup and also a more productive and efficient approach towards this game, no matter how big of a damage Nunu and Dayfoxen have, it won't be enough, since we kind of had a bit of a negligible Yena in this game, as Overfly is just too behind to actually have a big impact to help out their teammates. But maybe in this game number 4, we are going to be seeing a comeback for Overfly. Maybe we can see a better performance and also him being able to fix his mistakes, especially with a better lineup by BRU.
Yep, and so far, with the strong start that BRU always have going to game number 2 and game number 3, they're not able to close it out. And one of the reasons is V Gaming is very, very strategic in all of the plays that they make. They always commit when they know they have the advantage in terms of numbers, in terms of the abilities available to them. And that is one of the biggest things why the rotations for V Gaming has been effective going into the middle game. Yes, they can be pushed around in the early game wherein they are just going in for the farming game. But once we go to the middle game, it's all about the plays on VGM. I don't know how BRU is going to be staving this off. Maybe they need to adjust, put the aggression in all of the lanes, and probably deter any kind of farm for V Gaming if they really want to dominate the early game as they've been doing so far here in this best of 7 series. Because if they're not going to be changing tactics, it's just going to be harder for them going forward.
That's one of the things that they really have to do. I mean, BRU, we saw them have a big improvement already all throughout the tournament, and they really do deserve this spot at the grand finals to challenge V Gaming. And what we're looking out for them right now, what we're asking, is them being or maintaining the kind of playstyle that they did have during the lower bracket finals, during the lower bracket semifinals, and all throughout the playoffs. Because V Gaming, we don't have any questions for them anymore. We already know that they are a solid team, and what we're asking right now is more onto BRU to match the kind of performance that V Gaming is showing to us. And if they are not gonna be able to do that, even though we already know their potential, it's gonna be a bit disappointing on especially everyone that is kind of supporting BRU right now. Even in the comment section, we do see the support coming in from the viewers for BRU and also for V Gaming. But if BRU are going to be coming up short with meeting the expectations of the people. It's just gonna be a little bit sad for them for sure, as V Gaming is just gonna be continuously outplaying, outmatching, and overall outperforming them in this grand finals. But if we check out the picks that they have used so far, well, V Gaming has invested on many meta picks, BRU as well. But we have to take into consideration that they also did this kind of approach during the lower bracket semifinals against Hong Kong Attitude. We actually thought that they would just get swept by Hong Kong Attitude, especially when it was already match point by HKA. But they showed resilience and they showed their determination into coming back into the series, getting 3 consecutive wins during the last few games. So maybe that is kind of the chance of them in this game. Although Hong Kong Attitude and V Gaming are 2 very different teams, I'm just looking for BRU to finally show up a good performance for this next game.
Yep, and looking forward. We saw Buriram United claw their way out from the lower bracket. So definitely they have that winning mentality to actually go for endurance games, spend some picks, and we're going to be able to secure even with the deficiency that we have on our lineup. And that has been one of the focal points on why they are now in the championships, being able to beat out HKA, who had a 3-1 advantage lead. I mean, it's not that surprising that there is going to be a reverse sweep for BRU again if they can actually maintain that kind of mentality. But here, they're able to actually take the advantage. They're able to take the win, and them actually failing to actually close that game off is definitely a bad sign for BRU. And as we start the game number 4 draft bans and picks, we are gonna see the global bans and picks already picked out by these players. V Gaming and BRU still have a lot to field, and going forward, even into game number 6, we can definitely see and expect that there is gonna be some pocket picks that are gonna be picked up here by each of the team. And looking at BRU, they expended the Lubu Lorian and the Laville last time. Although the Yena pick and the Malak pick was very negligible. And so far, the Yena has been one of the heroes that's been underperforming, not being able to do anything, even to assassinate. And one of the reasons there is the current meta is acclimated into getting a lot of burst damage heroes onto your team and then adding some sustainable tanks that can actually soak up the damage. Yena does not fit any of that criteria. So that is one of the reasons why Yena right now has been falling off here in the AIC.
Well, we also saw some success by BRU on the high damage late game heroes when they battled against Hong Kong Attitude. We also saw it, BRU having a strong performance during game number 1 against V Gaming when they drafted a double marksman composition. So maybe they can come back on that kind of strategy and approach as this 4th game of this best of 7 series happens, having a priority this time on the El Su after the Crixie has been banned away by V Gaming. Naturally, V Gaming are going to be looking to have a lot of backline access with the heroes that they are going to be taking up. They have used already the Aoi, but the Laville is still up for the taking. So that the hostage taking strategy is available for V Gaming with the Roxy available as well. And that is not going to be so bad if they lock it in immediately.
Yep. And so far with the first pick on the Elsu, I'm not actually very optimistic for BRU because so far Defoxin on that Elsu has been underperforming. He's mostly not connecting his shots, and that's one of the biggest factors if you're going to be playing out an Elsu. You need to connect your shots to the right targets. And in terms of Defoxin, he has a knack of getting the misses even in the situations where it is going to be a clear shot. And V Gaming getting that Lavelle and Roxy pick, this is going to be a deadly duo. Once the double trouble hits, you're going to expect the Agnes grip. And if you add Lorian to the mix, it is going to be added with that Starry Sky combination with an AoE damage as well. So V Gaming has a lot to actually work around on. The pickup potential for their team actually skyrockets with this combination that we're seeing on their first 3 picks. While on Buriram United, there's going to be a lot of protection afforded into that Elsu with a Superman and also a Mina who can hold down heroes in certain situations. And especially the Dark Dominion is one of the most proficient crowd controls that you can use in an AoE setting, especially when Mina is going to be able to hook a lot of the opposing team.
I'm wondering what mage they are going to be pairing this Elsu up with. And since, well, the hero pool of Nunu is relatively high, and we even saw yesterday a strong performance of them on an Iggy pick. So maybe that can be an option here for BRU in their mid to try and be able to burst down the members of V Gaming, since they also have a lot of frontline heroes in their composition. Superman and the Mina having a lot of crowd control, providing a lot of protection as well for the members of BRU. I'm wondering though if BRU are gonna be going on a double marksman, because that is one of the key strengths here of BRU when they actually get a double marksman composition. Like in this series so far, that is where they actually got the win. But they kind of struggled in some of their past games wherein they did a double marksman composition, particularly in their game against DTAC Talon. Actually, they have an overall 50-50 win rate with the Elsu so far in the whole of playoffs. So the stats aren't really that much leaning towards BRU in this sense, but with the Iggy, things are looking kind of good with regards to their damage and also how they are going to be approaching V Gaming, since we all know the damage and the overall pressure that an AOE can provide in this game can be something that BRU are looking out for, as V Gaming are gonna be hovering the Amelie. Lots of frontline on the side of V Gaming to try and have access onto the backline, onto Elsu and maybe the Iggy, but they have to go through Overfly and the KSSA if they actually want to reach Difoxin and Nunu, because a lot of crowd control is with them, and the Dark Dominion and the hook is definitely a big hassle whenever the setup is perfectly made here by KSSA.
Yep, and with the 5-man composition now we're seeing from BRU, that's going to be a lot of sets and a lot of disruption and, of course, long-range damage on the Elsu and Iggy. While on V Gaming, we're going to see that initiation going to start with the Lavelle using the double trouble, the Agnes grip, and then the Star Sky, and then you're gonna have a disruptor on their side as well with the Irie and also a sustainable tank to actually aid Roxy in most of these sticky situations, with the Amelie being picked up. Guanghai on the jungle might be slow though on that Amelie pick, which Buriram United could actually take advantage of with the long range damage that they can deal. As long as they're gonna be suppressing the members of V Gaming, they are going to be able to take the advantage of each clash that's going to happen. But game number 4 is still anyone. It's going to be up for the grabs for anyone who is going to be able to execute their strategy well. Is it going to be the pick-up strategy and the wombo combos of V Gaming, or is it going to be the sets of BRU with the long-range damage that they can deal even before the clashes start. We'll know as soon as game number 4 starts, but we are going to see a lot more for sure on who is going to be on top here on game number 4. If BRU takes game number 4, they are going to be sitting comfortably even if they lose game number 5. But if V Gaming is able to take game number 4, they can possibly close this out in game number 5, as we saw that whenever they had the momentum, they're not letting it off.
Yeah. Well, I hope to see the momentum going, or if BRU are gonna be getting the momentum going for them, they should not allow it to fall off as the game progresses, because V Gaming, we all know what they can do, we all know how strong they are, and as we go into this 4th game in this best of 7 series, let's see who is gonna be coming on top, as V Gaming already has a solid composition to try and dismantle BRU in this game number 4. BRU looking to come back and tie up the score though, as they have a solid composition as well, a relatively good amount of damage, burst, and also poke with the Iggy, Elsu, and the Aoi into the mix. And we're all even seeing them being really aggressive, invading onto the red side jungle of V Gaming. That is kind of like unexpected by V Gaming for sure, as Quang Hai is just starting off on his blue side jungle, and with the protection being provided here by Nunu, as he does have a relatively fast clear, gaining that priority will let them have that security on the red side jungle for F1.
Yep, and we're gonna see here that BRU is gonna be spotting out Bird LB, and F1 and KSSA is gonna be in the area as well. It's gonna be dangerous, so he needs to back off with KSSA in the area, just looking into what kind of play is gonna happen with 4 members of V Gaming here in the top lane. Are they gonna be able to maybe secure some damage? Defoxen and Nunu is gonna have the range against these members of V Gaming, so definitely with the Sentinel being secured by V Gaming though, they are gonna have some boost on their gold somewhat. Wang TD gets sniped out, and this is maybe looking to a nice Elsu game for Defoxen.
Yeah, the Fox, we saw, you know, we had our kind of second outs so far with the Fox and Elsu. We talked about the stats early, but so far in this game, he is kind of having a good performance. But F1 going in! Can they actually secure the first blood? Hand falls down along with Wang TD. But a trade happened in this short scenario with Quang Hai getting that kill onto KSSA. But in the mid lane, Overfly is looking to actually engage here onto Birdle B. But he's going to be able to disengage for the moment. A fantastic dive on the top. Not really the cleanest, but it is allowing them to secure this Abyssal Dragon.
Yep, that is going to be a objective take without any trades from V Gaming, as Quang Hai doesn't have his mana pool actually refreshed just yet. And this is the difference of having the Amelie into the jungle and then you actually face it off with an Aoi who doesn't have and need a lot of utility to actually burst down the jungle camps. Quang Hai is going to be very, very slow on the uptake. With that, a 500 gold lead is actually mounting here for BRU. They're going to be spotting out Bird LB and Quang Hai as well. That's the dash and the passive being procced out here by Bird LB. They're going to be taking that small cap as well. The double trouble might get a hit, and we're going to see Nunu actually taking that front, and Maris closing up here with Vaughn getting that Agnes Grip as well. The Ryu is going to be used by Bird LB. The Foxen tries to go in for the snipe, but he is not going to be able to dish out that damage per second fast enough to actually burst down any member of V Gaming.
V Gaming right now, again, now catching up. This is the deja vu once again. What is happening here for BRU? Suddenly, they kind of lose their momentum, and V Game is just like, oh, okay, we'll take the wheel. We'll take the wheel for you. We are just gonna be coming back in this for free. And if BRU are not going to be able to pick up more of these kills, as F1 goes in, ulti as well by Nunu, well, it's just V Gaming winning slowly but surely. But Difoxin landing those snipes, threatening, you know, Wang TD in the process. And if he's going to be hitting that snipe once again, no. He is able to disengage successfully, but Han might actually be in trouble as he gets pulled by KSSA. And in the mid lane, oh, F1 getting caught out. V Gaming having the superior rotations, but right now BRU are trying to change the result as Han is being pushed under the tower. But a collapse here by V Gaming, stopping their dive. Quang Hai dealing a bit of damage. Ulti popped out here by Nunu, but no casualties at all. V Gaming actually came on top on that scenario because F1 got taken out in the mid. Birdle B got to split push onto the bot side, and they have denied the kill onto the top as well. And if we check out the replay, you know, the engage is just phenomenal on the side of V Gaming with Maris hitting that knock up.
Yep, and we're gonna see here a disengagement from V Gaming, who has been suffering from the damage of that Iggy, who uses just Shadow Bomb from the distance. And this is the capability of the lineup of BRU. They can deal damage before they even go for the engagement. So they are winning the clashes even before it starts. If they do get to push a recall on one of the members, and Nunu is going to be spotting out Quang Hai here, and that's going to be a Dark Dominion being used. Han is not going to be using the Agnes Grip just yet. He still has a chance to pull someone from BRU, and the snipe is going to get a miss. Quang Hai is again not going to get a solid hit onto F1 as well. The double trouble is going to get a hit on F1. Is he going to be taken out? But without Han or any of the other heroes from V Gaming, they're not going to be taking in that to advantage. Wang TD is going to be using his shield to maybe negate some of the crowd controls to Ember's case as well. Adds damage to the mix, and another snipe not connecting from Difoxin. This is much of the story right now. He's not getting it real hot in most of the situations. Another miss again, but a nice try. And Quang Hai and Bird LB are in the mid lane, while three of the members of V Gaming are actually here onto the top lane.
Yeah, well, this slow or like passive approach by BRU is kind of hindering them, or like having a negative effect on them as the game goes on, because the gold lead is rising more and more on the side of V Gaming. Although the pokes of Difoxin are hurting the members of V Gaming, if they can't translate it onto objectives, it's going to be detrimental for them. As Overfly with a questionable engage. I mean, you try to go in with a speeding bullet onto a Roxy mid-tower. That is definitely not going to go out well for BRU as they continue to lose these team fights. Nearly getting caught out there by Maris as KSSA looks to disengage. And now with V Gaming on the upper hand, they even took out a tower in the bot side, clearing out all the outer turrets. And now as they translate in the mid lane, they catch out Difoxin, trying to go in a snipe, and it's just disaster right now for BRU.
Yep, and with V Gaming going in for a rotate here on the ball, and they just keep on getting all those resources for themselves, and it is piling up the gold advantage that they have. They're already at an almost 3k gold lead. And Nuno is going to be spotting out Bird LB, who's going to be using that gust to actually escape, and he dashes away from that Ember's case. Nuno's not going to be able to secure that kill. BRU is still looking for a play and maybe a shutdown to take some gold for themselves. But so far, nothing is working out for them. Han is going to be hit with the Shadow Bomb and also the snipe coming in from Difoxin, but it is not going to be clearly felt here. And Quang Hai might be able to spot out KSSA, and that's going to be the double trouble, getting a hit, and the Agnes Grip is going to connect into KSSA instead of Nunu, but still he gets taken out with Quang Hai, and that's a double kill for V Gaming, with Maris securing the kill on KSSA, and the Holy Dragon is now open for the taking.
Yeah, and V Gaming just outmatching BRU right now, taking everything away from them. And There's just nothing that BRU can do. They have tried to start in strong during the early game of this, but slowly but surely V Gaming caught up, and those 2 kills earlier didn't really go out well for them. We don't see any more kills coming in from BRU, but maybe in this fight they will. The ulti denied by Matic with the orb being used, and now they are fighting back. They're trying to get more damage dealt here onto BRU, but a nice flank by Overfly catching out Quang Hai. That can spell out trouble here for V Gaming, but they still manage to disengage. Nuno trying to do something on a side position onto V Gaming, but even with the attempts, even with the efforts being made here by BRU, it's simply not enough, and they can't take any structures as they're constantly being contested here by V Gaming. Ulti once again by Nuno, not enough to get a kill.
Yep, and now V Gaming is still going in with the goal advantage here, and with a advantage in terms of towers and also objectives. The gold lead is just gonna be into the control of V Gaming. They have a 3.3k gold lead right now. It's not going down, and it is going to be the speeding ball being used. Han uses the Agnes Script, and the Dark Dominion has been connecting so far. Maudis uses the Star Sky KSSA, gets bursted down, as well as the Bird LB getting that kill onto the Voxen, and F1 is falling down as well. Nuno almost takes that kill on Bird LB, but his damage is not enough with the Shadow Bombs, as well as the Ember's case. Quang Hai is going to get a miss onto that leg push. He is going to have the better position here with V Gaming getting 3 kills and with none dying onto their side. It is just V Gaming dominating game number 4.
I like that term, utmost dominance here by V Gaming, and there's nothing that BRU can do now with Infinite Slayer take. They're looking to be able to push either the side lanes or maybe the mid. It's up to them, but I think it's gonna be the top since there's more structures there, and they're just gonna be taking it one by one as the gold lead continues to rise. 6,000 and a double trouble connecting onto the Foxen. It's kind of like a warning shot here by Wang TD, a demonstration of his pressure right now. Quang Hai goes in, but catches out Nuno in case he's not scared at all, even as he does know that he has his teammates to back him up. KSSA looks to survive. Ulti expended here by Nuno, in a flank once again by Overfly. Can they actually commit onto this? The answer is no. V Gaming disengages for the meantime. They do know that the Infinite Slayer can just be spawned here, and they can transfer their attention towards the Holy Dragon. Since Brittle B is already there, they can start or set up a slow push on all 3 lanes.
Yeah, Buriram United has been in the receiving end of all of the clashes. They have not taken advantage of anything, and looking at the scoreboard, they can't do a thing with hyper carries on the side of V Gaming already online, such as the Laville getting the damage in with a Slick Sting, a Clay Sancti, a Fafnir Salad, and a Muramasa in the making. Maris is going to be connecting that Star Sky onto KSSA. The cleanse is not going to be procced out. They want to save that for the clash that is going to happen. Overfly is in the area, and Bird LB is going to be forced down to actually defend the bottom lane, with F1 trying to clear up the waves for themselves, and the Infinite Slayer is going to be wasted on the top lane. But they did secure some damage somewhat onto the top tier 3 turret. And the Holy Dragon is going to be taken here by V Gaming, another objective to their name. Looking at the gold lead, it is almost at a 6k. And Bird LB is going to go for the defense onto the top lane. There's not much that BRU can do unless they're going to be able to wipe them out, or maybe take 2 or 3 members of V Gaming in the next clash. But that is going to be hard to actually do, with the Foxen needing a lot of help. And Quang Hai is going to be in the area, and F1 goes in hot, tries to go for the claw. Overfly goes in with a Man of Steel as well, but the slow from Quang Hai is going to be felt. Definitely Overfly uses his Frostbite, and that's a double trouble getting a connection. And the Agnes Script is going to connect onto KSSA, but he is not going to be pulled as early as he was able to use the cleanse.
Yeah. Well, BRU overall, well, although they are being pressured right now, I think the positioning here right now with their outer turrets destroyed and them just having the option to defend will allow them to scale up a little bit, since they don't need to overextend or go out on their base. It's much so pressure on the side of V Gaming to close this out and to break the inhibitor towers of BRU, because the waves are just gonna be continuously crashing onto the towers of BRU. So they are just gonna be clearing it out one at a time. And if they are gonna be able to catch up with regards to the economy, maybe in a proper team fight setup, they would be able to take down V Gaming. What that snipe point blank of Daifoxin not hitting Han is a bad sign, as they do try to take down Kwang Hai. They will be able to get that kill, but not without a trade. F1 falls down as well. KSSA disengages, and we're seeing a 1v1 between Bertleby and Overfly, as we do see the Superman falling back for the meantime. Both junglers dead, but we're seeing V Gaming still pathing towards this Dark Lord Slayer, as Maris almost gets blown upon there by the combo of Nunu and Daifoxin. We're starting to see the potential combo that they are doing right now. If they can actually burst down one in that short scenario, that can spell out disaster for V Gaming, and they're still a little bit behind in terms of gold, but taking into consideration that damage, if they are going to be able to lock in more items for Daifoxin and Nunu, it's just going to be a high pressure situation for V Gaming, as the snipes are starting to connect by Daifoxin, looking to just poke out the members of V Gaming and maybe delay their rotation across the map, but they have to be really careful. Nunu is just being with Daifoxin all throughout, readying his ulti, but the double trouble though will connect. Can they actually get collapsed? The answer is yes. F1 looking to go in with a flat, but the Star Sky will actually do a lot of damage towards their backline members. Daifoxin is dead, so does Nunu, falling down, and with 3, maybe 4 members dead, suddenly everything is gone, and V Gaming is just going to finish up this game. Match point already by V Gaming.
V Gaming getting game number 4 with a dominant streak, already getting 3 wins in a row. The momentum is definitely hard to turn. Buriram United might be drowning right now from the pressure that V Gaming is exuding. And in this game, we saw that they have not given a chance to BRU to go to the fights wherein they are going to have the advantage of. And this is what I'm telling you. Daifoxin on Elsu. Definitely the worst type of marksman that you want to be in that position, because yeah, Daifoxin can make some plays, but in terms of being precise on the skill shots, he's not able to land the snipes in the right areas. And this has been a disaster for BRU.
It is. It is a definitely a disaster for them, as it's kind of like a pattern again. They can't really patch it up so far. 3 games in a row, same situation, same result, and the same approach by BRU. It's just becoming a crucial factor by them. It's kind of like a curse going in for them, disabling their mid to late game potential. Always starting off strong, but falling off as the game progresses. And V Gaming, we already have stated this before. Even before this grand finals, V Gaming is one of the most, if not the most consistent team in the tournament, having to only suffer a total of 2 losses, 1 on Hong Kong Attitude and 1 in this series against BRU. And it's going to be one big of a challenge now for BRU to try and come back in this series. It's not going to be the same as Hong Kong Attitude. Yes, the pattern is similar, it's exactly the same, but you're fighting off against a different team. This is V Gaming, the best team right now in the AIC, and if you're going to be attempting on doing a reverse sweep, well, you have to do it a better way. You have to step up your way. You have to step up your performance even higher than how you did it against Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, I mean, Hong Kong Attitude was able to scratch V Gaming as well. But is it just gonna be a scratch again here onto the championship finals? We're gonna see BRU actually failing game number 5, because we're not seeing gameplay BRU playoffs BRU here onto the finals anymore. We're seeing a more tame BRU where they are being clobbered, being beaten up in most of the rotations. And in terms of the macro play, I just want to applaud V Gaming so far. They have the better composition. They know when to go for fights. They know when to actually try to go for a tactical retreat and then go for a fight again when the lines of BRU gets overextended. This is how V Gaming always plays out their strategy. They are always putting the enemies in certain situations wherein they're gonna have the advantage of. They're always the one picking up where the fights are gonna happen, where the positioning of their heroes are actually very, very vital. Who's gonna be closer in most of those engagements? It's always V Gaming who always tries to control those wave clears. And we're gonna see here onto the scoreboard of BRU versus V Gaming here in game number 4, where V Gaming takes the win again. It is a 3-4-15, and that is a 12 kill advantage on V Gaming. Not just 7, that is 12 kills. This is game number 4, and with the gold lead that V Gaming has been able to build all throughout as the game progresses, it was just accruing to themselves. And if you can account that, that is already an 8k gold advantage as well. We're just going and entering the 15-minute mark. And in terms of towers, dragons, and slayers, V Gaming took it all, and BRU was left with nothing. But of course, tears for their dead comrades all throughout. Early game, it was V Gaming. Mid game, it was V Gaming. And as we were entering the later parts of the game, it was still V Gaming. It's no kind of place for BRU in this type of scenario. And I'm not going to be blaming the Foxin all throughout, just because I don't think that he is going to be one of the best LSU players. I just feel like another marksman pick could have been better for the Foxin instead of forcing out that LSU pick. But we're going to see the MVP of game number 4. It's going to be Kwang Hai on that Amelie. 86.7% KP with a KDA of 617, 102k damage dealt. Of course, the roll goal difference is 1.5k. MVP points is 13.7, and this is his 11th MVP of the AIC 2021. And more of these performances are going to be expected from him, especially if they're going to be able to close it out on game number 5. But that is still a what if. Buriram United can still jump into this kind of disadvantage. They've been clawing their way back from the lower bracket, and they surpass all of the expectations on them.
Well, huge expectations definitely on V Gaming, especially that, you know, they have secured so many wins already. Total of 26 wins, and just including the series, and only suffering 2 losses. That's how big of a win rate V Gaming has, and it would take such a huge amount of effort for BRU to actually take them down, considering, you know, the strong start and but the bad finish by BRU in all 3 games. Even in the 4th game, we saw them taking 2 kills, but then V Gaming consistently gotten better trades, uncontested trades with regards to the kills 10 times before BRU even landed their next kill. That's how safe and methodical V Gaming has been approaching most, if not all, their games, and the setups were definitely big and substantial on the side of V Gaming. I'm talking about the double trouble of Wang TD landing at the best possible times on the game number 4. We're in that was kind of like the decisive moment for them. The double trouble connecting onto Nunu or Difoxen, and then them just piling on the damage. A proper timing for that team fight setup led V Gaming to secure their win. And now at match point, things are really looking good for them, because not only do they have a good standing, good win rate already, but also with regards to the picks, they have a lot of choices. And even if they don't have that much choices anymore with regards to meta picks, they do invest sometimes on the other non-meta, particularly in game number 3 when they got the Moren and also the Arthur, but they made it work so well. So even with pocket picks, I think the probability of V Gaming is still gonna be very high. So if BRU wants to strike back, well, they have to go in. They have to really go all in on this, like every single game. I mean, it's already one game away, and even if they win game number 5, they win game number 6, they have to keep pushing and pushing for them to have a chance to win against V Gaming.
Yep, and in this type of contest, wherein you're just going to be giving in the lead and being too passive in your rotation, you're just waiting for the chopping block. And that's what happened in game number 4. We saw that they have those diving heroes on their side. But, of course, if you're going to be letting the initiation start onto V Gaming, who had a very strong initiation with the double trouble and, of course, the Agnes Grip, you're definitely going to be in the losing end, because definitely you're not going to be able to counter that kind of engagement, especially with Overfly still, clearing up the lanes, KSSA always in the area, who's not going to be able to have the mobility to actually escape those death-threatening situations. And of course, the crucial hits of the double trouble hitting Nunu always into the head was kind of a big factor, wherein they got the shutdown kills onto Nunu, who has been the source of damage of Buriram United. And we're seeing two contrast types of players here, with the Foxen not being the most precise, missing out the double trouble on his Deville, and missing out the snipes as well on his Elsu. And then you're gonna see Wang TD always getting those crucial skills to actually hit. And that is one of the biggest matchups that we're seeing here today. Yes, Nunu is actually very, very good in the mid lane, being able to contribute well. And Maris is not actually not being daunted by Nunu's capability, because he knows that in terms of the synergy that they have in V Gaming, it is always going to equalize any kind of mechanical play. Because even if you have these mechanical skills, you have those sharp reflexes, it's not enough. Because in every situation, there is always going to be what we call the advantage in numbers. Wherein you're just going to be body blocked, you're just going to be stunned, wherein you land, you miss, you were able to dodge one, and then you're not going to be able to dodge the second.
Yeah, the amount of disrupt on the side of V Gaming, and also them just overall having a better execution. That's just it in general. A more efficient way in approaching the game. Not only with the early game. I think their only weakness maybe is the start of BRU, because BRU always comes up strong starting the games. But the problem is just them following it up with more. But V Gaming, they're fine with giving the early lead to BRU, because they know they can be more consistent and finding opportunities to come back in the game. With regard to the economy, not solely relying on kills, they have a better rotation always than BRU. I think the only problem that they had in their games was in game number 1 when the match started with an invade of BRU. And we saw that kind of confidence happening, and it was a good sign by BRU. But so far, the rest of the games, you don't see it anymore. We're starting to see them kind of fall off. But let's see here in this well, close to a match point already. Well, this is match point already even for V Gaming. But in this 5th game, let's see if BRU are gonna be extending the series towards their favor, or will V Gaming finally be able to close out and win this AOV International Championships and prove to everyone that they are the best team right now in the AIC.
Yes, it is still going to be uncontested as V Gaming only has lost 2 games so far in the AIC, 1 to HKA and 1 earlier to Buriram United. So we had high hopes on BRU, but let's not count them out of the count yet. They still have the potential to go for the reverse sweep.
Well, reverse sweep is possible. BRU has done it already, even multiple times. So let's see if this is going to be possible against V Gaming, as they are on the blue side, BRU is on the red. Elsu and the Superman available for the taking, but V Gaming already has picked up both of them. So it's not going to be affecting, it's not going to be a priority by both teams anymore, as the Liliana is going to be the first pick here by V Gaming, focusing on the damage department as of now. BRU are looking for a Tachi, but Batman, well, this is for sure just going to be a hover. We haven't seen a fantastic game yet with a Superman pick, especially with BRU. A stronger performance on the D-Rack instead. I'm liking this on the side of BRU, and maybe, just maybe, they could just pull this off.
Yep, and definitely V Gaming goes in hot with their first pick onto the Liliana. A lot of pokes and a lot of maneuverability onto their side. And that is going to be one of the focal points they're going to have here, because we've seen Mars being aggressive in the ganks using that Liliana, while on BRU they actually opted onto a D-Rack. And so far, if you guys don't know, D-Rack has a 100% win rate as long as he's been picked way back into the group stages and now into the playoffs and into these championships. He is still the perennial mid laner with 100% win rate.
Well, let's see here right now as the pick and bans continue. Hayate, Richter, Liliana on the side of V Gaming, Kafeni, D-Rack, and Tachi on the side of BRU. And so far, they are going to be removing the Wonder Woman, Kira. Cricknap also going to be respected here by BRU. I'm wondering what the V Gaming are going to be removing for their last pick, as front lines are going to be a focus here for BRU for sure. And V Gaming looking to limit the options of this red side team as they are deciding which hero they are going to ban out. I really like what you said a while ago, Vittorio, as you said that so far D-Rack has a 100% win rate in the whole of AIC. Saigon Phantom has used it, Buriram United has used it, and even one team used this particular hero already, and all games have been a really fantastic one due to the fact that the impact of this particular hero is really high. But let's see if it's gonna be enough to face the menace of V Gaming with a huge amount of engage on their side, with the Hayate and the Richter even picked up along with the Liliana. BRU hovering the key for the meantime, as it can be a solid pick by them. I'm not going to be surprised if they are going to be locking this in, as they do have a stable composition going in hard or strong, an okay performance in the early game, but a stronger performance for sure in the mid to late game, as V Gaming now hovering the Errol, and the Volcath. This is gonna be a little bit surprising, as V Gaming really likes to have in these pocket picks work.
Yep, and now we're gonna see the composition here of V Gaming. They're hovering into those heroes that can actually go in for the dive, which is one of the weaknesses of a Dirac. But a Dirac has a lot of knockups as well. They're gonna be, knockbacks as well. So if they're gonna be able to use that into their advantage going to the fight, it is gonna be favorable for them. And we're gonna see a signature hero from F1 who really likes to use that knockrot to their advantage. They're gonna be using that to maybe go for split pushes as well. And looking at the composition of BRU with a Dirac and a Kafeni, they are gonna have that crazy late game potential. Just because if you have the Dirac, you can actually scale well in the late game for the defense and also for the offense with the Genesis barrier in place. The problem here is that how are they gonna be scaling that into the late game? It is going to be relying heavily into F1, Overfly, and KSSA to actually help that two heroes to actually get the items that they need to deal damage. On V Gaming, they have natural assassins just like the Volcat initiations onto the Richter, and of course, someone that can dive in the back using that demonic arm from Errol. And then of course pokes and the AoE skills, the connive blitz, is going to be the key to actually execute BRU, since they are going to be closing up and grouping up together in certain situations.
I really like this Nakrot pick though, especially by BRU. So far, they have 100% win rate on this Nakrot pick. Picked it up actually twice. And even if we saw a not so good performance with the Nakrot in general during the group stages, a 50% win rate, actually not really having the best performance in the 5 games we saw it happen during the group stages, but in the playoffs it has a relatively high win rate. The only team that suffered a loss with a Nakrot pick was actually DTAC Talon, and for BRU I don't think that is going to be a problem for them, as they have their very own way in fully utilizing this hero. But let's see if it's actually going to work. The huge investment here of BRU on one of their highest win rate heroes in this game number 5 to try and extend this series into a game number 6. Let's see who's going to be coming on top. Will it be V Gaming or Buriram United Esports?
Yep, and that is something that we are gonna see and witness. Is V Gaming gonna be able to close it out, or is it BRU going for a reverse sweep, which is gonna be hard still? They are trailing to a 2-point advantage from V Gaming, and Defoxin and Bird LB is gonna be going in for the fight, and Bird LB is just harassing Defoxin all throughout. I think he's just expending his jungle strike to actually put some damage and harass him to actually deter him from getting that free farm. And Mars is gonna be missing out that blinding light. He's gonna be taken out here with F1 takes that first blood. Bird LB is gonna be in the area, but F1 might be in danger. He overextends himself, and that's a shutdown for him. And Kwang Wai as well is gonna be taken. Both of the junglers out and down of the count. Sage Golem might be started here by KSSA, but he is going to be backing out. Nunu is spotting out Bird LB, who is just going to use the jungle strike to actually add damage to the mix.
Yeah, BRU with a strong start once again. 2-1 on the scoreboard, but I like the gold funneling here. F1 and Nunu both has gotten a kill respectively. So this is going to up their early game, especially for F1, that we do see having a strong performance on this particular hero with the Nakrot. And if we look at who got the kill a while ago, it being onto Birdleby isn't really the best possible gold funneling for them, but it will be enough for them to actually start up this Abyssal Dragon. I mean, BRU securing this right now, but V Gaming will trade it out with the Dark Slayer with the help of Kwang Hai. Not really the best start right now for V Gaming, but you do see the pattern of them in the previous series that they are actually able to catch up. As now, BRU looking to maybe have a more consistent approach in this early to mid game as Birdleby disengages onto Overfly after he took a bit of damage. Now, BRU stepping it up a notch with establishing vision control over the red side jungle of V Gaming, but they are not going to be able to steal out these camps from Quang Hai as he is doing a relatively good job in last hitting those camps.
Yes, and at this point, it is all going to be into the advantage. Han is going to be pushed back with that Dragon's Bane, and Han is going to be locking into F1, getting that secure kill, running for his health, and that is another trade for themselves. Mars has been taking that as a 1-for-1 trade, and no one's still coming out on top. But the gold lead is actually saying that Buriram United has been winning those engagements.
Yeah, it could have been a 2-for-1 in favor of BRU, but Han actually survived. So now they're diving onto the bot side. Wang TD pops out that Kunai Blitz, but unfortunately the damage is still not enough since he hasn't, power spike just yet. So that is going to be BRU picking up that kill without any trade, establishing this 1,000 gold lead as F1 goes in here into the mid lane. Quang Hai looking to balance the damage onto Nunu as they are going to be disengaging for the meantime. A 1v1 again here into the top lane, Overfly and Birdleby. But it is Overfly winning the trades. So far, they are having a solid early game as of the moment. But Maris is looking to actually flank here onto KSSA. With the help of Han, they are still going to be trying to secure this objective, but maybe not so, as it is so far affecting the rotations here of BRU, while V Gaming is playing this out as safe as they can be. Early game established by BRU, but we're starting to see them, playing this out a little passively. If they actually want to pressure the lanes here of V Gaming, they have to play this aggressively and maybe force out team fights, as they have kind of like a superior damage with the amount of engage that they do have, as 16 seconds remain for the Abyssal Dragon to actually spawn up. Kind of similar timer for the Dark Slayer, so maybe BRU should take this Abyssal Dragon as they have most of their members actually located towards bot, as Han takes a bit of damage there from Difoxin. He is gonna be dealing nooks of damage later on, especially with a Fussalad. AoE damage relatively available for BRU. As now they're starting the Abyssal Dragon contest here by Birdleby. Nunu might actually get caught as a flank position established here by Maris, but they are going to be trying to survive in the process. They already lost Birdleby. Han looks to survive, but if Fussalad doesn't let him survive, now with a 2-0 trade plus an Abyssal Dragon, a potential tower take here in the bot lane, Buriram United Esports are looking very strong. A fight is happening onto the top side, a 1v1 between Overfly and Maris. Let's see who is going to be coming on top, as Quang Hai looks to actually disengage since F1 is also there. They have denied that 1v1 win, but now with Birdleby in the equation, F1 actually might have overextended as a gap kill comes through by Birdleby securing that kill.
Yep, and we're gonna see Overfly again being stumped there by Birdleby, getting a double kill for himself. Maris goes into the area, but he doesn't need help at that moment. He was dead set on taking that lead back into on almost 1.5k. They were actually trailing by 2k already here, but V Gaming was able to get that close gap, was able to actually shut down a lot of the heroes here onto BRU. And with the tower being taken here onto the bottom lane, Wang TD is going to be securing some gold for himself. That's a 3.9k. There is a 600 gold deficit on terms of the matchup of Wang TD versus the Foxin. Well, on the other departments, we're going to see equal grounds as well, like the like on the jungle department and also on the Dark Slayer lane. Overfly is just going to be consistently trying to take in the advantage that he has as a key. he is going to be a big factor for BRU as they are going to be needing his help in the AoE department. KSSA is going to be spotting out Han. The Cliffbreaker is going to get a miss, but Han uses and rides his horse to actually negate any kind of engages from BRU. While on the top lane, Overfly is going to go for a fight. That's going to be the demonic axe being used. The demonic arm as well. It's going to be procced out, and Overfly is going to be taken out. No one is going to be in the area to take that counter kill.
And now we're starting to see the curse happening once again. BRU kind of playing this too recklessly as they continue to lose more members. A gold lead a while ago that was a 1 to 2,000 quickly got diminished to just a few hundred as V Gaming looks to come back strong. Now, BRU looking to secure this tower in the top lane, but Kwanghai and Birdleby is not letting them as the other members are being more efficient. Now, starting the Holy Dragon to allow them to have more gold. Can they actually steal? The answer is no, as F1 is just too far away inside that pit. Nunu took a bit of damage here from Maris as they are looking to engage with F1 charging in, but they're not going to be able to get any kill. Foxen, why are you there? You are overextended. There's no tower there to actually protect you as he will fall down. KSSA, the tankier member, still jumped down to half. And BRU again making these questionable plays. V Gaming are just gonna be very happy to take these kills. Overfly got dove, by the way, by Huang TD, and is not scared at all. Now, suddenly, things turn into a disaster for BRU once again as V Gaming continues to go in with this onslaught under the tower. They are trying to protect it with the disrupt, but with Han being such a beefy frontline, they are going to be zoning away from their outer turrets. Now with the bot lane secured, suddenly the 2k gold lead of BRU turned into a almost a 3,000 gold deficit against V Gaming as they look to secure this Infinite Slayer.
Yeah, V Gaming is going to be spotted here by Burrito United. Are they going to be getting that steal? F1 is going to be using that Judgment Blade. No, KSSA gets that Infinite Slayer. The Kunai Blitz has been used, but the Dragon Spin pins Swang TD in that area. That's going to be a lot of people being axed, but there is no follow-up from the other members of V Gaming who are just going in for a clear, and Han is going to be using the ultimate to actually get into close, and F1 is going to be able to escape, and KSSA is going to try to deter Han from taking that kill, and it is going to be successful, and another tower is going to be taken. And this is the first time we're going to see V Gaming actually not having the unison in terms of the judgment that was made. It was mostly BRU being able to get that one up because of the numbers that they had. Mars might be taken out as well. F1 tries his best to get that kill, but the harassment is already there.
Yeah, I mean, to think that the pattern was already being there, BRU falling off, V Gaming starting already the Infinite Slayer, but then the steal came from KSSA with the help of F1, and then the team fight broke out heavily in favor of BRU because V Gaming were kind of scattered. Some wanted to disengage, some wanted to go in, and that miscommunication led to BRU now grasping this situation harder than we ever thought. Now with a 1.5k gold lead and them having these power spikes, we saw the Genesis Blast of Nunu a while ago dealing a lot of damage, and also the damage coming in from the Foxen, and the triple kill by Overfly creating such a menace in the situation for V Gaming. Now with a gold lead that they do have, V Gaming is looking to come back, taking this Holy Dragon uncontested. And let's see if Nunu is going to be able to actually steal this out. There is a flank position coming in here from Maris, trying to zone out KSSA. Genesis Blast already being used. Huang TD denies that steal from Fox, and now they're going in. KSSA might actually be in trouble. Here comes the ulti here by Kwanghai, demolishing Fox, and that overextension, attempting to secure and steal that that Holy Dragon, led to the casualty of one of the members of BRU. Because of that, V Gaming are slowly coming back in this game, only suffering a 1 1,000 gold deficit, but with the farm that they do have in their jungle, they are going to be able to match the gold again.
Yup, and V Gaming right now was able to overturn the advantage that BRU was able to accrue. And them actually going in for a questionable call. F1 was not in the area. He was taking in more of the resources on the top lane. And that resulted to a disaster for them with the Foxen being taken out. And you can add to the mix that the Holy Dragon was also secured by V Gaming. If in that scenario you're not going to be able to contest, the best call there is just to mull over, try to get more opportunities for yourself instead of going in for those suicide plays. Because the more deaths that you give onto your opponents, the more time that you're giving them for a comeback. And V Gaming now spots out KSSA, and then Phil Slayer is going to be started out again here. And V Gaming is going to be able to burst that objective down as fast as they started it. V Gaming is looking to maybe push down another objective for themselves. For now, they are the ones in the lead. Kwang Hai is going to be hit with the Dragon's Bane. Overfly does not have the damage for him to actually burst down Kwang Hai into that jungle. And Birdell be spotting up F1, and no one's coming out on top just yet.
No one is coming out on but BRU still holding their ground. They're trying to break the pattern in this game as they have their backs against the wall in the series as well. Match point already by V Gaming as Birdleby is gonna get caught. He is relatively tanky, popping out that flicker to successfully disengage. The threats here are of the frontline composition of V Gaming with Birdleby, Kwang Hai, and Han, allowing Maris and Huang TD to dish out their damage is becoming a problem for BRU, but they're relying on their strengths as well. Difoxen with a huge damage being dished out in the team fight along with Nunu, and the amount of damage that F1 can actually deal with Overfly. They have a creative way of approaching this team fight. If they can actually choke out the members of V Gaming, they have a very big chance on winning not only the team fight but also the game. All they need to do is have a proper team fight as the Dark Lord Slayer descends. This is going to be the pivotal moment. Whoever is going to be getting this and also establishing a good team fight will definitely be able to have a chance on winning this game. And so far, V Gaming is starting it, knowing that F1 is actually located towards the bot side. They transition onto Birdleby, not really the best possible target. And right now, V Gaming, knowing that most of the members of BRU are actually scattered, they are trying to assess the situation, going in onto KSSA. Han taking a bit of damage, but even if they disengage, expending some of their resources, it's just gonna be worth it since they do have the Dark Lord Slayer pushing now into the mid lane. They're trying to sync it with the side lanes already. BRU now, even if they have Difoxen with a huge damage, they can still be threatened. So F1 is trying to poke them out, but they have to keep watch on Kwang Hai going in with a flank position. They have a tier 2 tower, so they have a second line of defense. Maris nearly gets blown there. Fussalad already expended, but the waves are crashing onto the sides because of the initial push a while ago by V Gaming. They're trying to defend this tier 2 tower, and they are going to be successful in doing so due to the amount of siege damage that BRU has. So they have this second chance. They have passed out on the first challenge with the Dark Lord Slayer. They have a breathing time right now to recuperate with regards to the economy, as V Gaming is just going to be looking out to secure the next one.
Yup, for now, V Gaming was staved off, and this is the advantage of having a D-Rack onto your lineup. You're going to be able to actually deal, and especially in terms of the wave play management, you are going to be able to deal considerable damage. Nunu so far on the D-Rack has been very, very precise. He is one of the best mid laners here in the AIC, and this is some kind of a game where and he is going to be shining best because we are now entering the later parts of the game wherein he already has the items to actually burst off most of the members of V Gaming, and especially in going in for the peels. As long as the Foxen is going to be able to stand, they are going to be winning these engagements. But if not, it is going to be disaster with Overfly being knocked up again, and just Birdal B doing his job well. And now the second tier turret is now going to be taken because of that blunder. But with Wang TD not actually in sight, I'm pretty curious why he was not going in for the push.
I nearly got that tier 2 tower, but maybe they are trying to play this out safely. They are paying their respects towards BRU, and they do deserve that respect. So V Gaming, in their safe approach, well, they do have still the upper hand when it comes to team fighting, since they are positioning themselves quite effectively in these locations, having the priority always on the jungle camps and also on the Slayer camp, which is about to spawn in the next 50 seconds. If V Gaming is going to be able to take this up, it's going to be another challenge for BRU. A while ago, they were able to defend, but it is one of the reasons why they were able to defend is because the push onto the side lanes was not that synced. And V Gaming this time are starting it up quite early, preparing for that Dark Lord Slayer take. But BRU are now grouping up. Maybe they want to actually secure a kill onto the members of V Gaming before the Dark Lord Slayer actually spawns up. And them grouping up, catching the waves, is helping them actually prevent the push here by V Gaming. 8 seconds before the Dark Lord Slayer respawns. And that will be, I think, V Gaming are going to be having a solid start on this.
Yes, and V Gaming right now is going to be in position. Birdal B is going to be spotted now, Overfly. That's one knockup being used, and another knockup might be in place. He's just going to refresh that skill up. And yeah, we're going to see BRU being able to clear first here onto the top lane, while on the bottom lane, they're still pressuring that Nakra to go for a rotate. So even with all of the resources that F1 has, it is still not going to be a clear cut that he is going to be able to finish off anyone here onto the side of V Gaming. And the mid lane is now going to be in position. They are going to have a lot of information on what is going to be the rotation of BRU. And with V Gaming taking up everything into that spot, they are going to be starting that Dark Lord Slayer. But Wang TD is going to be missing out that shuriken throw. But he is still going to be taking into account that most of the members of BRU is still there with no gaping hole at all onto BRU. They are not going to be starting it just yet unless they get one kill at least onto their side. And we're going to see Quang Hai actually here onto the bot lane while Defroxin goes in for the clear again. They're just going in for trades. It's the term wherein who is going to be an impatient one is going to be the losing one. KSSA is going to be spotting out here again. Maris is just trying to clear that wave up with his kind of kit. It is going to be easy for V Gaming.
The problem here on BRU is that, well, F1 is the most mobile hero on their side, so he has to be the one to clear out bot. The problem is that V Gaming is always timing and tracking him down. If he goes onto the bot, they make sure they make the rotation towards mid, since they do know that they have numbers advantage. But right now, in this situation, BRU is grouping up. If they are going to be able to catch out anyone, particularly Bertleby, that may be their chance, but they're not being let here by V Gaming. You talked about a while ago that this is a game of patience and control. Definitely both teams are showing that right now, as they are just waiting for the best possible timing. It's a game of chess, but right now, here comes the move. Bertleby gets engaged, but it makes out there successfully with Maris clearing out the wave. A lot of damage is being felt because of Difoxin, as he does deal a lot towards the members of V Gaming. Now, with a consistent pattern here of F1 just clearing out the wave, V Gaming is starting to kind of founder here, and not knowing what to do, just continuously waiting for the perfect opportunity if ever Difoxin or Nunu is gonna be overextended. But right now they're catching up KSSA. This might be the perfect opportunity. There also is a flank here by Quang Hai, choking them out. A sandwich position established by V Gaming, and they're trying to dish out the damage here onto BRU. But Difoxin is still being able to free hit. They might actually get to win this team fight. Quang Hai is dead. They get Maris as well on that second life. He's trying to escape, but the Fossilot will reach him. And with 2 members dead on the side of V Gaming, this might be the opportunity that BRU have been waiting for 23 minutes. The game is alive. The death timers are long, and BRU are mad. They're pushing into the mid. They're trying to defend their very best here on the side of V Game, but they're not having enough minions. Han looks to just clear out the way, but the damage is just too insane coming in from the side of Buriram United Esports. They get the wave, especially with the AoE damage coming in here from Huang TD. They're just waiting for the next one, but 12 seconds only remains for the death timers here of Quang Hai and Maris. Can they actually defend? They go in once again with the Shuriken and the Kunai Blitz, but the damage is not enough still. They get a kill to Huang TD, and 3 members dead immediately on the side of V Gaming, but the respawns are happening. So many low HP members on the side of BRU, but they will disengage. V Gaming live for a moment with a sliver of health, but BRU changing their mind. They might actually go in for the GG push since they have their Foxen relatively healthy on his HP. They go in, pops out the ulti. Can he actually get a kill? Nice knockout comes through from Quang Hai, but it gets bursted out. Maris, the only member left, and the miracle lives on. The life of BRU lives on as they extend this to a game number 6.
And that is the game faces of BRU taking in the win, getting the positional advantage into that last clash. Buriram United has been clawing their way back in the series that they participated in. And this might be one of those series wherein we're going to see maybe a round 7 where BRU is going to be forcing out the advantages of V Gaming all day long. And this is already 2 losses for V Gaming. BRU has been doing this a lot in the lower bracket, so I'm expecting that they can actually execute it when it comes to the crunch times. I just didn't like the early game that they had. There was a lot of mistakes as well, but V Gaming did make a lot of mistakes on themselves as well. They were always overextended, always trying to get the 1-up on the Foxen. It's just that it's going to be difficult in certain scenarios to actually get the kills always, especially with the composition that we're seeing from Buriram United. Whenever a clash is going to happen where Nunu is going to be involved, it is going to be hard to get a kill just because of the Genesis barrier.
Yeah. And also, the problem with V Gaming is that they kind of hesitated on actually starting up the Dark Lord Slayer, because one of the reasons why BRU was avoiding fight, they're just waiting for V Gaming to actually start it up. But V Gaming always has the priority on the objective. They should know that they can actually take it down pretty fast. And if they were actually able to do it, it would force BRU to actually commit on a fight in a 4 versus 5, a numbers advantage that V Gaming can actually win. But with the proper timing, with a fight in the mid, BRU being the one to actually pull the trigger, taking out Maris and Quang Hai so fast, even if the desperation play came of V Gaming kind of delayed the inevitable, it's still inevitable. BRU now extends the series to a game number 6, and definitely these picks, the Nakrot and the Dirac, definitely work for them. Still on an undefeated record so far in the AIC for BRU. And now with an extended series taken to game number 6, it's not really impossible for them to extend it to a game number 7. The pattern is definitely here, similar to their match against Hong Kong Attitude.
Yep, and definitely with BRU taking in this win, they are going to be going in with the momentum going in to game number 6. They can actually still clinch this and force out the round number 7, but V Gaming still has the luxury to actually have the thought of, even if they lose round number 6, they still have round number 7, which they actually won round number 1 earlier. So V Gaming has still the advantages of having a lot of those, of course, the wins that they had earlier in the series, giving them this kind of. Although I don't think that V Gaming is going to be complacent, they still have a lot of safety nets for their team. They can still go for game number 7, but for me, in terms of having the advantages, of course, V Gaming should have game number 6 for themselves, since they haven't been expending a lot of picks for themselves. Not like Puriram United, who is always at the cusp of being eliminated. And the pressure is definitely going to be felt here, because with the high stakes, where a lot of the fans are pining their hopes onto Buriram United, they are going to be plenty pressured, as their counterparts from the RPL way back in the AWC was the one to hoist the World Championships. Now here in the International Championships, they're still expecting that the RPL is still going to be the premier region wherein champions will rise. And so far, V Gaming has been deterring that kind of mindset, because the AOG's resurgence here into AIC has been very imminent. We've seen them actually throwing up their stuff, getting all of those sweeps, getting all of those dominant games for themselves. It's just a no-brainer that V Gaming is one of the favorites here in the AIC.
Yeah, definitely the favorites. Let's see right now, because for V Gaming, well, we do see them having that incredible comeback in the mid game, but unfortunately, they felt the pressure by BRU, and definitely those hesitations didn't really pan out the best for them. It created more problems, and those problems, because of the pressure, definitely hurt them in securing this series. As we check out the graph, ooh, this is art.
And looking at the graph, we're gonna see the advantages actually shift from each team. No one really had the game for themselves. That's how good of a fights that we were witnessing here on game number 5. V Gaming was taking in the early lead, and then BRU just spikes it out for themselves, and then V Gaming taking it back again, and then BRU again in the end was able to get the right kills and right looks to actually finish off V Gaming. In the late game, objectives don't matter as much, as all of them has the capability to actually burst down and even play out their item advantages again. So the only thing that we're going to be looking into a late game kind of round is the plays that happens after everyone already has the items, and that's where BRU was able to shine. And the MVP of game number 5, the one who carried Buriram United to this amazing win, the most cool and collected KSSA, 86.7% KP, 1012 KDA, 59k damage dealt, roll goal difference 282, MVP points 12.5. This is his 5th MVP of the AIC. And we're still going to be seeing more of KSSA in this series if they're going to be able to crucially take round number 6 and force a round number 7. But before we go to those last 2 games, we're gonna go for a short break. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiang. We'll be right back.
got to hurt you much?
An enemy has been defeated. You have defeated
disaster here for Hong Kong Attitude, but they do take a bit of damage here onto KSSA with that engaged Dada as well. It's really confident, trying to get in, and now they commit onto this team fight, but Overfly with a nice flank, zoning the other members away, so that turns into a disaster. The double trouble even connects, no escape for Easy. On the bot side, split pushing, but he's gonna get caught here by Overfly. It's not the best scenario now for Hong Kong Attitude. Can they actually contest this in a 4 versus 5? The answer is gonna be yes, in the sense with the damage that they are dealing, but same goes for BRU, taking out Easy and a bow almost immediately. Dada is here dealing lots of damage, taking 3 members, and with Shaolin free hitting for so long, they take out 4 in exchange for 2 in that 4v5 team fight, and now they're trying to get a kill here onto Overfly. He is relatively tanky, but he is really getting railed here by Shaolin with the long death timers. I think it's gonna be inevitable. It's gonna be game.
Going in there, just throwing in the Gus. Overfly spot him out. He is receiving a lot of damage, and that's going to be substantial damage as well. And it is going to be the Richter being taken out, but we are going to see a backdoor from Freedom United. Is it going to be enough? Let's see if it is. And it is going to be, might be successful, but with the disrupt on side. What? We are the ones who are going in hot.
One can actually get taken down. The Agnes Gift connects, but he is still alive. BRU are living, and they're not getting taken down as of the moment. Can CC actually survive? The answer is no, as another Cataclysm falls down, but it's not actually enough with regards to the damage. That
And welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiang. We are now at game number 6 with the match point again onto V Gaming. And in a similar situation again, Buriram United needs to clinch game number 6 on V Gaming. Are they going to be able to do it, or is it still going to be a repeat wherein V Gaming is still going to be dominating this series?
Well, definitely V Gaming is wanting to finally close and conclude this series against Buriram United Esports. But now in game number 6, you know, we're seeing BRU catching up and holding their ground, even pushing this to game number 6. And if they are going to be able to push it to game 7, things are gonna get a little bit crucial on the V Gaming, because if you take into consideration, you know, BRU always wins their game number 1, and even in this series, BRU managed to take the game number 1. So if they are gonna be able to go in with the reset, it's gonna be a high pressure situation for V Gaming. But right now on the blue side, they do have first pick priority. So let's see what they are gonna be picking up in this particular game. This is the side in which they also lost in the previous game. So BRU, if they can actually draft a really good composition, once again, it is gonna be possible for them to extend the series.
Yep, and looking at the bans and picks of V Gaming, they are banned the Omen and the Crixie, who is going to be one of the signature heroes of Nunu, who was able to use that Crixie to actually burst down a lot of the heroes even in the 1v1 scenario. Omen as well has been deprived on BRU. They're not letting a conclusive tank to actually be in the hands of BRU. And on the side of BRU, they actually banned out the Nelander, who so far has been underperforming as well here in the AIC. And the first pick of V Gaming is going to be the Kira with that Assassin. They are going to have a lot of damage, and Kira is one of the heroes that actually bursts out even into the late game, who when you actually use her efficiently, you're gonna be able to traverse the map like you have a global mobility ability.
I'm looking forward to what they are going to be picking up. BRU going with a pick composition so far, with the Roxy finally being available for the taking, but they don't have the level anymore. So not much of a hostage taking setup, but it's not going to be so bad as they do have the Hayate ready for the taking here of this team. But V Gaming having the opportunity this time to secure the Kira. And we do know the significant impact that this particular hero can actually give, due to the amount of damage and also, you know, the pressure it can give alongside with the Tachi and the Joker being picked up. As we go into the second banning phase, BRU is removing some of the heroes that they actually had a strong performance with for the mid lane, taking out the Iggy and the Dayrak. V Gaming actually respecting the Alistair from BRU. And even though, you know, that we saw yesterday that it was a bit of a struggle going up against, you know, Hong Kong Attitude nearly won against BRU, but then having a BRU able to catch him off guard allowed BRU to extend the series to. V Gaming will remove that particular hero alongside with the Liliana. So very lessened options here for Nunu to take in the mid lane, but they're hovering right now the Zata, which is relatively okay, but I'm not so sure if that is gonna be their take here for their fourth pick. V Gaming so far has established a good early to late game control, with the Joker also being picked up. I'm wondering if they are gonna be opting to go in with a Florentino, but right now they are hovering it for the meantime. Lots of engage, lots of damage coming in from V Gaming if ever they are gonna be going up with this. And finally, we do see the Veres also resurfacing in this game number 6. And if they actually lock this in, it's gonna be a not so bad composition for V Gaming, but they are changing it up a bit. Illumia now showing its chance on being part of the grand finals. We have seen a relatively okay performance with this, but also some games weren't really that much good whenever we see an Illumia, as it is relatively squishy, and also sometimes we do see the lack of damage with it. But V Gaming are still gonna be committing onto this. The Cataclysm is gonna be vital here to stop the pushes of BRU. Now, with them having not much frontline compositions, BRU are looking to maybe secure that Kriknak, but they changed their minds. Sinestria is a part of the equation now, and I want to ask you though, if they are going for the Sinestria, which I kind of look more on to maybe securing the Kriknak, what are your thoughts, Vittorio? What should be the best possible last pick here for BRU? Is it the Kriknak, the Sinestria, or maybe the Senmil?
Well, I guess they're actually lacking in a lot of tanks onto BRU. So V Gaming is going to have the one up on them if ever they're not going to be securing another tank for themselves. And they do lock in onto that Senyo. And I guess we're going to see a Wonder Woman jungle for sure. Because based on the picks, Nunu is not going to be able to use that because of the availability of that Zata. And all in all, V Gaming is looking strong. They have a lot of duelists who can actually win the 1v1s. A lot of split pushes can actually be seen onto V Gaming side. They have the Florentino and they have the Kira. And then you have some damage that can scale you in the mid game with the Joker. And of course, sustainable tank onto the Tachi. And of course, the combinations of stuns coming in from the Illumia. The only caveat of this V Gaming lineup is this: they need to afford a lot of protection into the Illumia. While on Buriram United, we're going to see a lot of diving potential with Senyel using the Angelic Splendor for the additional armor, plus the heal and speed up. And of course, the counter initiations from Wonder Woman is going to be a key on how they're going to be playing out their lineup. Zata and Hayate are just going in for the dives, and one of the most crucial initiatives here is Overfly going to be able to use the Roxy to actually lock down on one of the picks of V Gaming, or is it just going to be the last time that we've seen Overfly use that Roxy, which he's not going to be able to secure the Agnes grip in most of the crucial situations. We'll see here in game number 6 where the stakes are high. Buriram United wants to secure this win for a round number 7, and of course V Gaming is going to try to finish the series in favor of them. Game number 6, full of surprises, full of course action. It is going to be starting. V Gaming is in the blue side, while on the red side it is going to be Buriram United Esports.
Let's see who's going to be coming on top. Can V Gaming close this out, or will BRU extend this to a game number 7? It all boils down towards this game, as Nunu is gonna be a high priority here for sure, alongside Difoxen, as we're seeing an invade happen here by V Gaming. KSSA is trying to stop them, but the pressure is really high coming in from V Gaming. They are still gonna be trying to secure this Might Golem for F1, and they do successfully take it. We do see Difoxen also establishing vision towards the red side jungle of Kwanghai, so that is something that they are looking out for. Overfly later on with the Agnes grip is gonna be very vital, because that -1, that hostage taking, is gonna be their key on actually winning in this game. As we do see now engage here onto Birdo B, and he is gonna get punished for that overextension. First blood secured by BRU.
Yep, and now V Gaming is going to be trailing, with BRU being able to secure that first blood. Although it is still not going to be felt, V Gaming is going to be able to secure that Sentinel buff, equalizing the gold that they lost onto that first blood that the Foxen was able to take. Kira and the Florentino is in the bot lane, but Maris might be taken out. He's going to be using the Cliff Breaker with a flicker, and he is going to be able to disengage safely.
A strong start here for BRU, threatening the members here of V Gaming as they do start this Abyssal Dragon. It's gonna be uncontested. A trade is happening onto the top side. Let's see as Overfly is trying to stop them from doing so. Now we see the rotations coming in from BRU, making their way towards the Dark Slayer as they want to take all the objectives here. Now we're on fight. We hear into the top side as Wang TD falls down. 2 kills once again established by BRU. The same pattern from all of the games so far here in the Grand Championship of AIC 2021. But let's see if they are going to be able to maintain the lead, or V Gaming are going to be looking to come back with this and have a more consistent flow in this 6th game.
Yep, and now we're going to see Bonita United getting an up on the score. This is going to be a strong start again for them. No types of engagements are going to happen in Infinite Slayer yet. V Gaming knows that they are going to be at a kind of disadvantage just because of the Euros that we're going to see on Buriram United. They have a lot of AoE, and that is one of the key why V Gaming is actually not going in for those exchanges wherein that's a 5-man engagement. And this is going to be the replay where Wang TD just got sniped out by Nunu using the Ascent to use all of his skills. For now, they are just going to be checking on each other, not letting anyone take the place. And Mars is just going to be proccing out those stuns and also his passive. Han is going to be spotting out KSSA. And this has been a very, very quiet match for V Gaming, who so far is very, very passive on their approach in this game.
They are trying to have a bit of a passive approach indeed, as BRU are still looking for opportunities. Matt is starting this Dark Slayer, but it's not going to be, helpful for them as it gets piled upon. Thank you for the leash, says BRU, and almost steal there with the Cataclysm, but right now the team fight is starting. Nice knock-up, CC chain comes in, but now with the help of the healing of BRU, they are able to sustain as they take out Han. This Illumia pick is starting to be a little bit of a problem here for V Gaming as BRU continues to go in with their onslaught, but V Gaming, as we do know their play style, they are liking to catch up into the economy side through their split pushes, through their farming, and through their better map control.
Yep, and now we are going to see still V Gaming trailing with the goal. BRU needs to be more aggressive. They have the ball right now. It's how they're going to be playing out that ball, and Overfly is going to be connecting that gentleman's duo from Birdal B, who's dealing a lot of damage, but as well that we all know that Overfly is just going to be too tanky. He's not going to be taken out easily. KSSA, Nunu, and Defoxen are in the area. They're going to be spotting up Maris, who's going to be using the Cliff Breaker to get out. And that's a Cataclysm as well, being procced out here by the Illumia, but not hitting anyone just yet. And with Maris actually using the Tachi here in the mid lane, I can imagine the late game to actually be very hard for V Gaming, just because they don't have any pure tanks for themselves, and that is going to be a lot of the engagements here. Almost taking out Birdal B at that situation, but with the confidence to go in, he is just not going to be easily taken out.
BRU, upping their aggression here in this game. Kwang Hai might actually get engaged, but now the ultimate actually allows him to survive. Now he actually goes in. Bit of confidence here by this particular jungler as V Gaming forces out BRU to actually go with a reset. Now with the opportunity to take out this Abyssal Dragon, they are going to be matching a little bit or catching up with the objective taking here of BRU, overturning the gold lead, and now with a little bit of an advantage with regards to the economy. they have to be really careful though on the engages here of BRU because that is their win condition. Whenever they actually are able to close in the distance and disrupt the members of V Gaming, they get the kills and they dismantle them in their composition. V Gaming has been playing this out safe, relatively safe even, despite the pressure being made here by BRU. But Maris should be respecting F1 since he is below half HP, can get pulled as the tower is gonna be destroyed here by BRU. Tier 1 tower taken out on the side of V Gaming as they look to maybe transfer their attention towards the mid lane since a split push is happening onto the top side by Berto, but a hostage taking here onto Quang Hai with the Agnes grip allows them to secure that kill. Maris might actually be the next target, but he managed to disengage successfully. Now Bird will be on his split push journey. It is still not taking into play as he hasn't secured any towers just yet because KSSA and Difoxin managed to clear out the top wave.
Yep, and for now, V Gaming is still gonna be trailing. And you know what's surprising here is that even with all of the kills that we're seeing, there's not much that BRU is gaining in terms of gold. And this is a good sign for V Gaming because they still can go for a comeback. Because if it's a 1K or 2K, it is where the difficulties rise. Overfly is going to be trying to chase Quang Hai at the moment, and the Cataclysm is not going to connect. Overfly was able to use the Agnes Grip to deal some damage. F1 almost falls down. Holy Dragon is going to be resetted while Defoxin is using his skill sets to actually PL Bird LB at this moment. He is not going to be able to kill anyone, but that is some engagements to actually deter V Gaming on taking in any objectives at all.
Yeah, and well, 4-0 on the board, still a relatively close gold for both teams. I'm kind of still nervous on the side of BRU because V Gaming, if they get any opportunity, they don't let go of it at all. So right now, as the dive comes through here onto the top side, Bird will be looking to survive, but he won't be able to do so as both of them, along with Quang Hai, gets taken out. Nunu traded here in the process. Cataclysm to prevent that push as they do take down KSSA. F1 though is dealing a lot of damage alongside with Difoxin. And in a blink of an eye, everyone's dead. The ace comes through. They're trying to take down this top lane inhibitor tower, and they are going to be able to do so. What a fantastic team play there by BRU. Now with a 2,000 gold advantage, V Gaming are starting to feel the pressure.
This is the beauty of their lineup that we've been seeing. Quang Hai is going to be going out with a waiting Phantom, but the Umbral Dreams are not going to connect. So he's not going to be going in for that kill. BRU right now has a 3k gold advantage, and this is the advantage of BRU on their draft because they have the sustainability, they have the ability to actually withstand. It's just that the late game might be not for it might not be for them because Zata falls off in effectivity in the late game, wherein the damage coming in from the Kira, from the Florentino, of course the Joker is going to be substantial enough to actually burst him out even at the opening sets where he's not going to be able to use the Ascend. So they need to finish this as fast as they can. They have the window of opportunity up to the 20th minute mark. If they can do this, then they're going to be taking game number 6. But if not, V Gaming might still have an opportunity for themselves.
It's an opportunity that they should actually take right now as V Gaming goes in. Cataclysm for the CC chain. Oh, the nice steal by Quang Hai onto that Holy Dragon will allow them to get a consolation prize as they look to disengage. Now though, with the Infinite Slayer spawned into the mid lane, can they actually defend? Difoxin goes in, really confident with his damage and protection coming in from KSSA. Now Wang TD and Maris looking to secure this kill onto the Infinite Slayer to stop the push from BRU. Now as they clear the wave, a split push comes through by Quang Hai onto the bot side, but he has to be really careful because a 4v5 team fight can be already established here by BRU as they look to go in. Ulti comes through here by Maris. Now they are just looking to clear out the wave. And nice defense made here by V Gaming as they look to hold their ground in this game number 6. BRU now steering the tide towards this game. Can they actually close it out? They're still maintaining a sizable lead. 2,000 that V Gaming can actually overturn if given the chance. But with the rotations coming in here by BRU, a 1-3-1 positioning towards the map, trying to choke out the members here of V Gaming. But Difoxin should be very, very careful, because if he falls down, that can spell out trouble for BRU. So far, he hasn't been caught off in this 12-minute mark. So BRU still has a very, very big chance as they're looking to maybe secure this Infinite Slayer before it turns into a Dark Lord Slayer at the 15-minute mark. And V Gaming, I don't think they can actually contest this.
Yep, and for now, looking at how big of a place Burrito United has been doing, I just don't think that the composition that V Gaming has right now has what it takes to actually scale. And even in a prolonged fight, I'm actually doubtful. I did say that some of the effectiveness of Burrito is not going to be there, but if you actually look closer, V Gaming is actually fielding a very dysfunctional lineup. Unless they're going to be able to actually get a kill with this kind of lineup, they're not going to be in a position to actually win the clashes, and they get that Infinite Slayer as fast as they could. They are now trailing at a 1.2k gold. The F1 is going to be looking to maybe make a fight, but the objective is going to be taken here on the mid lane for a trade on that Infinite Slayer. Nunu is going to be caught out with the damage. He is going to be harassed, especially Wang TD's killing joke is kind of substantial. You can just say that it is going to be a powered down snipe of the Elsu. And we've seen a lot wherein the Joker could also be someone that can snipe people down with that killing joke. Morris and Han is going to be in the area with two of the members actually coming in from the bottom lane for Burrito United. They are just going to be slowly pressuring out V Gaming, and there's going to be a forced defense here with Florentino actually moving to prevent that second tier turret take.
Yeah, it's a big problem right now for V Gaming, especially in keeping up with the pace here of BRU, because at this point, you know, the scaling is not working for them. The split push is not working for them because Florentino is constantly being forced to just clear out a wave and not really go in with split push. We more so see Quang Hai going in with a split push onto the bot side. But with him out of the equation, BRU is making the strategy of forcing out objectives whenever they see the Kira on the other lane. And now as a Dark Lord Slayer descends, it becomes a big priority right now by BRU as they can actually set up a proper team fight for them to win against V Gaming. As we do see, Difoxin is onto the bot side, so that can be the timing right now. V Gaming actually starting the Dark Lord Slayer, and BRU knows this. Can they actually contest this? They actually are going in. Can they manage to go in with a seal? They don't. Quang Hai gets it, but the team fight is breaking out, and the damage is definitely high on the side of V Gaming, taking out two already. Kunai Blitz not working just yet as they finally pull the trigger. Han nearly gets blown upon. Difoxin and Overfly being the only members left on the side of Burrito United Esports, but they do manage to take out 4. Now with the Dark Lord Slayer pushing into the mid lane, Maris looks to defend the side lane as that fight definitely was so crucial. If BRU managed to steal out that Dark Lord Slayer, they might have actually won the game. But V Gaming still are putting up such a good fight.
Yup, and with that, we can see the potential of V Gaming on winning those fights. It's just that they were not able to actually take out Difoxin. Difoxin was one of the key players there. If they get that Ayate to actually go down, they could probably win the next engagement, and that's the combination. Mars using the Cliff Breaker, Defoxen suffering from a lot of the damage. Gentleman's Duel is going to be used, and a lot of the flowers are going to connect, and the Umbral Dreams is going to connect as well. KSSA might be taken out, but with the damage not being enough, he is going to be able to disengage. But that was a very, very close call. If they have taken out KSSA, no tanks are going to be able to front for BRU. Soup Overfly is not going to be enough to actually stave off the damage that we've seen from V Gaming.
Now, very crucial scenarios. We're starting to see the aggression coming in up again on the side of V Gaming as they look to defend for the meantime. Push out the waves. They are experiencing a little bit of a trouble due to the fact that the top side wave is constantly being pushed naturally because of the super minions, and BRU only has to push out bot and mid to be able to kind of push the wave towards the base of V Gaming. And due to that fact, you know, that they can actually just group up constantly with a shorter distance onto each other, so the follow-up is gonna be a lot faster than a 1-3-1, as Foxen actually is very confident going in towards the members of V Gaming, as we do see KSSA still onto the top side, making sure the wave is being pushed towards the base of V Gaming, as they're just gonna be waiting for an opportunity again to arise onto that Dark Lord Slayer, which is going to take a while. It is still relatively late on this game, as we do see the scoreline and the gold. Despite having a lot of kills and a lot of turrets secured, V Gaming is still even on this gold against BRU, and we do see that kind of economy on V Gaming most of the time, having a superior efficiency with regards to the economy. So even if BRU can actually close out this game, they should respect the amount of firepower that V Gaming has in their composition, since the items are relatively close compared to both sides. If V Gaming are going to be able to pull out a wonderful setup once again, they can actually win a team fight, and it's only 20 seconds remaining before the Dark Lord Slayer spawns up again. But this time, things are different. BRU actually has the better positioning. They can bait out V Gaming in a team fight in which they have won and earlier due to the fact that they have a better positioning. And now, with the waves crashing onto the base of V Gaming, if BRU are going to be able to start this up, it's going to force a team fight here for V Gaming, in which the position is definitely disadvantageous for them. We're seeing BRU actually respecting them. They're kind of being pressured for a team fight because of the engage here on the side of V Gaming, especially with the Cataclysm connects onto the members of BRU. It can be the best possible timing for Quang Hai, Birdleby, and Maris to go in.
Yep, and with this, BRU are just going to wait for an opportunity to actually take out a member of V Gaming. They still have the better wave management. No towers have been taken on the top and in the middle lane, and in the bottom lane is actually fairly healthy on the second tier turret. So in terms of the engagements, they have the capability to just harass the members of V Gaming, who is still going to be busy on clearing up the waves. The bottom lane as well is going to be pushed back. So that is going to be one of the keys here. That's also going to be an engagement. The Ascend is not going to get a hit on anyone. F1 is going to be in danger. The Foxen was able to get out, and that's a braces submission being used. Mars is going in as well. Angelic Splendor is going to be used. Agnes Grip is going to be connecting into Quang Hai. Is he going to be able to survive? No, the answer is no, because Nunu again gets that kill onto the other member of V Gaming. Birdleby fell down at that engagement, and only KSSA was only taken out by V Gaming.
Now, with the proper timing, with the resets coming in, I think BRU has a solid chance on securing this Dark Lord Slayer. 30 seconds before Kwang Hai actually respawns. But another strategy can be made here by BRU. They can actually go in for the push, but you know, the time is not really that much in favor of them anymore. They have to secure this Dark Lord Slayer while the opportunity is here. And they are doing it. Cataclysm already expended. They foxed him with a nice dodge onto that ulti. And 8 seconds before Kwang Hai actually spawns up. Maris trying to get some vision, trying to close the distance. Can they actually make a steal? Goes in with the ulti, has a lot of shield. Dark Lord Slayer, 10k HP. Can they secure it? They fox and do so. And now the ulti by Nunu, chunking down the HP bars of V Gaming so much. Bertleby tries to go in onto the backside. Can he actually get a kill? He's taking a lot of damage. Difoxin is just free hitting all over. And even with a second life, you're just going to die once again. 3 members dead in exchange for just Nunu. And with the Dark Lord Slayer pushing into the mid lane, this is going to be so disastrous. Can Kwang Hai and Wang TD defend this mid? They don't have a lot of wave clear as there is still 4 members still alive on the side of BRU, looking to push here into the mid lane, going into the flank. Kwang Hai looks to damage them, but Wang TD gets bursted out with the help of overflying KSSA. And even if the defense is going on, BRU are gonna be able to push this to a game number 7.
BRU forcing out game number 7 and winning game number 6. This has been the pattern so far on BRU in any best of 7 series. If they get round number 6, definitely they can take round number 7. Are we gonna take and see a reverse sweep that BRU is going to be able to actually do in this best of 7?
Oh my gosh, this is an insane grand finals. What are the chances? What are the chances for this to reach game 7 in the same pattern as BRU in their series against Hong Kong Attitude? They took game number 1 and then 3 games from their opponent, and then now 2 consecutive games to push this to a game number 7. Again, we have to take note, BRU always takes their game number 1 into their win in all of their series in this playoffs. Same goes for V Gaming, but in the series, BRU took game number 1 as well. And now they have the luxury of drafting the best possible lineup to take down V Gaming. Things are looking really spicy in this grand finals. In V Gaming, they should be really careful in this game number 7, because so far, even after their immense amount of efforts to try and close this out early, BRU are able to withstand them. And now with a game 7, it's just gonna be a high chance for BRU to actually win.
Yeah, I know all of you guys have this question. A budging question, why Illumia was in the support position. I as well don't understand, but
Me too.
we're never going to know unless we ask VGM themselves. And that is a story here on game number 6. It's just that with the quirky picks that we're seeing from V Gaming, maybe they already gave up on game number 6. Maybe they're aiming as well on to game number 7, since maybe they have a better composition in mind that is gonna be worth their effort. But still, game number 6, any game can still be won. So I don't want to think that this is the kind of thinking that V Gaming had. It's just that, oh man, it's pretty difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult to actually think about what was into the mind of the coach that drafted for V Gaming. Or maybe they were not able to switch. But
I don't know.
that's a rookie mistake if you're not gonna be able to switch just because of it.
I mean, V Gaming?
V Gaming not being able to switch. I mean, that's a big joke, right?
Yep.
So I hope that in game number 7, we're not gonna see this kind of draft again for V Gaming. I really thought that it was gonna be a mid lane Illumia. I guess that would have been better. Instead of a Tachi mid. I don't know.
And the Illumia mid lane would have been more standard as well as Itachi and as a support, right? And if it was a Illumia mid, they would have more pros than cons as well. Because the wave clear would be sufficient, which would allow better rotations for V Gaming, which would allow, better scaling as well for the Cataclysm to deny some of that ganks from BRU. But no, that's the path they took. And now we're at game number 7, in which BRU has a really, really solid chance in winning. And I think if that was kind of really intended by them, they're underestimating BRU. They are underestimating them, and that might actually cost them the Grand Championship.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not gonna be assuming that maybe they thought that this kind of composition is gonna work, because these guys are pros. They are the top teams here in the international pro scene, and V Gaming getting actually bamboozled in a lot of those matches wherein they always went home bruised. Look at that 820 kill mark. That's a 12 kill deficit. That's how big of a lead BRU built. And this kind of wall is not going to be crumbling down anytime soon, especially if they built this kind of kill lead. Although we entered the late game where V Gaming was able to endure, the problem here is they were not able to secure much towers onto their side. And we can see here clearly within 1 to 8 towers, with 1 tower actually left for V Gaming, it was all about BRU being able to control the lane. So even if they got that power spike in the late game, it didn't matter because they were the ones being pressured already. And the MVP of game number 6 that pushed this round number 7, of course, is going to be the Foxen on that Hayate with an 80% KP, a KDA of 6110, a 146k damage dealt. Roll goal difference is 2,683 against 1 TD, and MVP points of 13.6. This is his 6th MVP of this tournament, and it has been the story for BRU. Maybe we're gonna see the advent of the new comeback kings if they do win the round number 7, because all throughout they have been going for those comebacks.
Yep. The comeback kings versus the kings of the AIC, the Titan, V Gaming. They're slowly dismantling them, and they're the first team to actually put them on a tight spot, put them on their backs against the wall. The first team to actually have a proper series against V Gaming. Only one team actually had a win, Hong Kong Attitude, but it's just 1 game. But now we're seeing 3 games won by Buriram United Esports. If we are going to compare their kind of performance during the group stages, BRU sat at 3rd spot during the group stage, suffered so many losses and draws. Meanwhile, V Gaming consistently had won so many games. Even in the playoffs, the first 2 series in the playoffs were just sweeps by V Gaming. Buriram United went through a lot from the upper bracket to the lower bracket and made their way towards this grand finals. And now they're the ones who are putting V Gaming on a tight spot. This is just a development that all the people watching are loving for sure. The underdogs, they're kind of underdogs versus the Titans. It's like a David versus Goliath moment where now we're seeing BRU forcing V Gaming into a game number 7, and we're even having the thought that BRU might just actually win the Grand Championship. It's just amazing.
Yes, it is going to be amazing, especially with the kind of performance we're seeing here. It's just that V Gaming was committing a lot of mistakes as well. And we're now here at round number 7. We're gonna see the conclusion of the series. Win or lose, these guys have shown us their mettle, but only one winner is gonna be crowned as the champions of the AIC 2021. So who is it gonna be? Is it gonna be the emergence of AOG, of the AOG region, or is it gonna be still the domination of RPL? Because so far, if BRU wins this, the RPL has already clinched the 2 major titles here in the arena of Valor esports scene, the AIC and the AWC. But if AOG actually takes AIC, this is gonna be a show of promise wherein maybe AOG, the AOG region is still gonna be a more relevant player, because in the AWC the story there was most of the first seed and the seeds coming in from the AOG region was eliminated even before the semifinals. And now we're seeing them actually going in strong, V Gaming representing them with the highest standard of play. And BRU now trying to redeem themselves. They reached the finals of the AIC in the past before, but after that there was no repeated success in the AWC and the AIC. And this, if they do get this, they are gonna be marking the map with BRU as one of the strongholds of a team here in the AIC 2021.
I actually think that before we initially thought that BRU just happened to have a curse on the initial series that they had against Saigon Phantom, against Valencia CF, and then we started to see them adapt and improve constantly, significantly. Now they are looking to deny V Gaming and be the ones to becoming the grand champions. Let's see if now, with everything resetted, everything now utmost, all the opportunity for both teams, V Gaming on the blue side, BRU on the red. This is match point, the final game of the AOV International Championships 2021. Who is gonna come on top? Who will be the champions and who will kneel down? Will it be V Gaming or BRU? We are about to find out as we go into this drafting phase. Omen immediately taken away by V Gaming. Naturally, of course, Aya is to be banned out here by BRU, but I'm wondering if they are gonna be banning out the Elsu or the Superman, or are they gonna be letting out both and take one for the team?
Yep, and with all of the heroes being reset here, there is gonna be some kind of promise wherein V Gaming was able to clinch game number 1. So this is the advantage that I'm telling you. They were the more dominant team in the opening minutes, but here in the best of 1, it is going to be still a 50-50, just because you're going to be picking out all of the heroes and you're not going to be thinking about, we're not going to be able to use this in the next game. This is a do or die wherein every hero is going to be crucial for yourself, and V Gaming was locking in onto that Lubu, who has an almost 60% win rate, and it is going to be justifiable. He is the premier fighter, the bastion of sustainability, and also the damage capability. In Buriram United, they are now going to be picking up the favorites of Nunu and the Foxen, the Kafeni, and the Quixie. They're going to be packing up some damage, and they can burst down people in the middle game. This is going to be the key on how they're going to be taking in the game strong.
Now to take note, alright, we're seeing a hover of the Elsu for V Gaming, but take note, they lost during game number 1 with the Elsu pick, even if they have picked up the Lubu. So this is gonna be crucial. Are they really gonna be confident in getting this as they lock it in? BRU now solidifying their team fight late game composition with the Paina being picked up. This is starting to be very, very exciting. V Gaming trying to redeem themselves with their initial draft with the Lubu and the Elsu, but BRU is also going in with the late with a huge damage composition, late game insurance hero with the Crixie and the Kafeni backing it up with a support hero of a Paina. A while ago they picked up the Zip, and now they are upping the performance. They're upping the scales with this Spina pick, now removing the Superman in the second banning phase. Irie taken away here by V Gaming, in which we saw a fantastic performance by Overfly with this particular hero. So now, as they deny that pick from the first game, Liliana is going to be respected here by BRU, in which we saw a strong performance of Maris during the 5th game. Lots of respect being shown here by both teams, and I'm wondering what V Gaming is going to be removing as their final ban, because the 4th pick priority is open here for BRU. Are they going to be removing the AWI? I think that is going to be a good ban, because we saw as well a fantastic performance by F1 on this particular hero during game number 5.
Yup, and now with the first 3 picks, let's analyze on BRU. They are adding that Paina to actually accommodate the Foxen's Kafeni, giving out the attack speed. And when Kafeni is given the attack speed, it is going to be boosting his damage potential, plus his survivability as well, when there is going to be the Nature's Rally as well being used to stun the enemies that wants to go in onto that Kafeni. There's a lot of zone control right now on BRU. The Moonfall from Crixie, the damage potential coming in from that Kafeni, and of course the stuns that is going to be procced out when you stay into that Nature's Rally circle for 2 seconds. And am adding, maybe using that Roxy onto the Darkslayer lane, that's going to be adding a tank to their lineup. I'm curious to see who is going to be picked up for the jungling position for F1. But in V Gaming, we're going to see Lubu, Richter, and Elsu. Elsu, if he's going to be connecting his shots, he's going to be very, very effective. But so far, Wang TD was not able to use the Elsu into the most fullest of its capabilities. One of the reasons there is Elsu does not have the capability to go for a damage per second. And in this kind of composition that BRU has, it is going to be very, very sustainable. They're going to have all the heals, they're going to have all the crowd controls, and of course, the people that are going to be diving are going to be in danger just because of the DPS that Kafeni can bring into the table. But they finished their lineup. BirdLB is going to be using that Rioma for himself and also the Iggy for Maris. So that's a lot of damage. The K-Vat of Iggy, he's not going to be able to go for any Bush Wars where he's just going to be a liability. But if someone can actually map out the brushes and give him the vision, he is going to be able to effectively deal damage in the distance. This is going to be, again, the long range potential of VGM against Buriram United, who can just zone in people and has the more efficient pickoffs. Let's see who's going to be winning round number 7. They have the winning conditions. Let's see if the snipes are going to connect, if the shadow bumps and Ember's Gaze will connect, and if BRU can actually out-sustain V Gaming in this game.
They're investing so much on late game here for BRU, and this is really exciting. They are gonna be challenged though by V Gaming for sure in this early game, as a lot of pokes can come in and burst from them. We saw the potential of an Iggy and a Nelsu combination during game number 4. Unfortunately, BRU didn't win in that because of the pressure of V Gaming, especially with the Laville and the Roxy combination. Right now, we don't see a Laville, we see only a Roxy, but a Kafeni should be an immense amount of threat combined with the Paina and the Veres, especially with the amount of sustain that they do have and amount of DPS from Daifoxen and Nunu. And as we go in to this final game of the grand finals, the final game of the AOV International Championships, we shall see who is gonna be crowned as the best team in the whole of AIC. Will it be BRU or will it be V Gaming? We're seeing an invade here coming in by Kwang Hai and the rest of the members of V Gaming towards the red side jungle of BRU. A similar start of BRU during the first game that led to their snowball and allowing them to actually secure the victory. And now BRU are becoming a little bit of a victim of it. Let's see if it will have a significant impact in this game, because BRU are not going to be forcing out fights for the meantime. They're looking to scale. This is going to be them enduring 10, 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes of this game to be able to have a significant impact in the late game. As we do see now them making the rotation toward the Spirit Sentinel. They are going to be securing it without any contest for sure. But Han is hovering here. It is going to be respecting the numbers advantage here of BRU as they do take that neutral objective.
Yep, and V Gaming's lineup affords them to actually be effective, especially with the sustainability of that Lubu. And F1 again using that Varus is going to be a questionable play. For now, it's a 0% win rate on F1's Varus. Is he going to be overturning that statistics, or is it still going to be the numbers coming into life? Bird LB is just with him all the time. That's a moonfall being used. Bird LB uses the pinwheel to actually disengage. The damage yet is not going to be felt, with F1 maybe using that Venom to actually close out a kill onto Bird LB. We'll know soon. Kwang Hai is going to be using here the Red Stallion to secure that, but F1 gets that steal, and Kwang Hai is going to be deprived with that first objective. But they are going in for a invade of themselves. Han is in the area, but Kwang Hai maybe goes in for a quick decision making wherein he is going to disengage instead. Nunu gets a stun, Mars gets a stun as well. So it is still going to be pretty equal because the Dark Slayer is going to be secured here by V Gaming.
Yeah, a very nice steal there by F1. Thank you for the lead, says him. But now, thank you for the kill, says Wang TD. As they take out Foxen and secure this first blood. Might even take this Might Golem because they don't have an ADC as they go in onto F1. He's not going to be able to sustain even with the help of KSSA and Nunu backing him up. And now we're seeing a strong start by V Gaming. 2-0 in a 1.3k gold lead. The Agnes Grip and the Flicker even invested to pull him under the tower and secure a kill. Now we're seeing a 2v2 onto the top lane. Wang TD looking to just poke. But there is an engage here by Han and an ulti expended by Marin. So now the damage is significant coming in from the side of V Gaming. Can they actually survive? Foxen managed to do so with the help of the other members, but they have to really respect the snipes here of Wang TD as he is very, very efficient on this Elsu.
Yes, and this is the difference on the lineup. With V Gaming taking in most of the early game advantages, Overfly is not going to be able to push even with the waves in there, especially if it's not 5 minutes. He's not a well-known Dark Slayer lane that can actually push out the lanes whenever it is going to be available to him. And with this, V Gaming is taking into advantage that early game, building up a 1k gold lead as early as the 4-minute mark. This is very sizable, so even if they do secure some kills, the problem here is that whenever V Gaming gets a clash into their hands, they are actually into the zone wherein they are going to take the advantage and they're going to be securing resources wherein BRU is just going to be trailing. F1 right now needs more resources to actually build up the advantages. V Gaming is taking in the small camps and forcing out the stacks onto F1 to actually diminish. He's not going to be able to finish the stacks on his jungle item just yet, just because of all the invades that we're seeing from V Gaming, who's been very, very aggressive. Han, so far, every time he gets a chance and sees Nunu, he's just going to use that jungle strike for that knockup. And here, we're going to see again another poke here from the members of Buriram United. KSSA might be in danger. He is going to be in the midst of all the players. that the heals is going to be connecting, and it is the Red Stallion being used by Kwang Hai. Is he going to be able to take a kill? The answer is going to be no. Han might be in danger as well. All of the members are low in health, and that's going to be the flicker, and a flicker again by Overfly, getting that Agnes grip. Bird LB is just going in for the push. Still, the advantage will be on V Gaming with that aggressive play, missing out a lot on the side of BRU, who is just still in the receiving end. And one of the reasons why they're doing this, they're not letting F1 take any kind of advantage.
Yeah, this aggressive approach, V Gaming not letting go, not removing their feet off the gas pedal, constantly applying pressure, constantly taking objectives. Even if they lose a member, they're not gonna let BRU breathe. A while ago, we saw an overextension onto the top, resulting to Huang TD dying, but Kwang Hai still managed to secure that Dark Slayer. Now, they're starting this Abyssal Dragon, and F1 is nowhere to be seen. They are trying to dive here into the top lane, and that will allow V Gaming to actually start this Abyssal Dragon if they want to, or maybe even a dive onto Overfly. They have a lot of choices, but now with the recall coming in from Overfly, this Abyssal Dragon is gonna get started by Birdleby and Maris. And F1, I'm not so sure if he is gonna be able to make another Miracle Steal if ever V Gaming is gonna be focusing onto this. But we're seeing a rotation here onto the top side once again. Nunu accompanying Dayfoxin and KSSA. Now looking to push here onto the top side. Han taking a bit of damage. Forced to disengage quite quickly as a fight breaks out in the mid. F1 is dead! And that will spell out trouble for BRU, especially on the objective side. But now, BRU not letting them actually take the advantage. They will get a trade here onto Birdleby as they look to push mid. Kwang Hai is kind of low, so he can't actually take this Abyssal Dragon. BRU is still in this game, trying to scale hard and trying to hold on for dear life, because they know they can actually outmatch V Gaming if they manage to scale out at least 7 more minutes.
Yep, and the Foxen is now going to be gaining in some gold with a 4.5k on himself. Acclaim Sancti and maybe a 6th thing is already on the making. If we're going to see onto also the jungle matchup though, F1 is actually trailing a lot. This is a different game we're in. Whenever F1 is actually going to be in a difficult situation, the team Buriram United actually falls off in the engagement in the latter parts of the game. Now Han is going to be taken out, and that's going to be a blood for the making for Buriram United, but the Holy Dragon is going to be exchanged here. That's a global gold, still maintaining that 1k gold lead so far for V Gaming, although they've been losing their members left and right. Overfly might be the target. Maris is going to be proccing out the Shadow Bomb. Is he going to be able to live? Overfly is in danger, but here comes the cavalry with the Foxen in the mids. Maris is going to be taken out with the foot squad, and this is Buriram United getting the revenge that they want.
They're just not letting V Gaming have the upper hand anymore as Nunu gets that kill. Tower fell down on the ball, but BRU doesn't care. They get the top, and they're looking to secure this Infinite Slayer, which will help them now scale up better and also have that push potential. But Kwang Hai is looking to actually get a steal. Can they actually do it? Pops out that Conqueror, goes in onto 3. Can they actually win this fight? BRU disengages, respecting the damage capability of V Gaming, since most of their members are actually low in terms of HP. So this Infinite Slayer is going to be breathing for the meantime. Ulti expended by Maris, but not much damage taken by the other members of BRU as they make their reset once again. Nunu again with the ulti as Han goes in. Maris disengages, but he is very low in HP. He has to be really careful because BRU doesn't hesitate whenever they go in for a kill. But now as they make the reset, Kwang Hai has been very efficient in making their way towards securing objectives. As they do secure this Infinite Slayer, they have now the chance on making a push.
Yup, Wong TD is going in for the snipe. Gonna miss Nunu. The Ember's Gaze as well. It's not gonna connect, but they are just clearing the wave, deterring the push coming in from Buriram United. And if they can actually do this in a lot of the engagements, they're not gonna be easily taking any objectives from V Gaming. The problem here is now, if they're not gonna be in the defensive, they need a lot to actually there, but the Venom is going to be used. F1 is going to be caught out again with Guanghai barreling on top of him with the Red Stallion. And this is the story of the game where F1 is being shut down systematically. Overfly is going to be taking the brunt from the pokes of Long TD, Maris, and Han. And BRU is going to be forced to go for the defense. Fusilad is going to be procced out. Look at the damage coming in from Maris and Wong TD. That long-range capability is definitely going to be playing out well for them. The Infinite Slayer is here on the top lane, and they're going to be bursting it out with all of their abilities.
Oh, this is starting to be a big problem for BRU. 3 kills, 3 out of 4 kills of V Gaming were onto F1, constantly shutting him down, especially whenever he tries to go in with a split push. And that should be addressed here by BRU if they actually want to win in this game, especially if they want to secure the objectives, because V Gaming has been getting almost everything. Although it's not translating to a huge amount of gold lead, it's still something, resources that can be used to up their economy. And now as they start the Holy Dragon once again, Guanghai has just been very, very consistent in securing these objectives. But right now, BRU are looking to contest. They are grouping up towards this Holy Dragon, but they have to respect the snipes coming in here and the pokes from Huang TD. They can't let him just hit them constantly with the spells that he has, especially the damage is slowly starting to rise. And this Holy Dragon again will be uncontested. The problem here of BRU is that they can't really close the distance just yet here on the members of V Gaming. And if they are going to be constantly poked out, zoned away, they are going to be losing more and more objectives, might even lose more towers in the process if F1 is going to be continuously dying. It's now Nunu engages, but so does Guanghai, popping out that Conqueror as he tries to go in. But now without the ulti, they are just going to be disengaging for the moment. A breathing time here by BRU as they group up. Birdle Beam might actually get caught. Overfly has the flicker and the Agnes Grip, but due to the fact that they are constantly grouping up, leaving some spaces on the other lanes, V Gaming are just going to be getting some towers. And the Infinite Slayer is now being started. Can BRU actually contest? They don't have vision, and it's only a matter of time before the Infinite Slayer gets taken here by V Gaming. And now, with this objective take, there is another chance for them to actually push out Elaine.
Yep, and this has been a story where F1 is underperforming. Even with the performance of Nunu and Defoxen, it is not going to be enough. It needs 3 carries at least on the lineup of BRU to actually pop off. And Overfly is going to be one of the decisive initiators here. If he's going to be able to take someone, that's going to be the Venom missing again. Han is not going to be hit with the Stinger. Guanghai is going to be sustaining for them. And look at the damage coming into the backlane with the Ember's Case. The Fusilad is going to be used here onto the members of V Gaming because of the pressure that it brings. And still, V Gaming is coming out on top. Nunu is going to go for the defense. The second tier turret here into the bot lane is going to be taken. And the next for sure is going to be the mid lane. If they're not going to be able to use their skill shots here. And with the Infinite Slayer still ready, the Foxen is going to be hit with the Ember's Case and the Snipe as well. Half of his health is already shaved off on the opening shots of V Gaming. And the top lane turret, again, there's going to be a wave going to actually pile up here, but they're just going to be barreling down on them and actually taking that wave without any type of contest from V Gaming.
Now 5 seconds before the Dark Lord Slayer descends. It's gonna be a big problem for BRU, because even with just the Infinite Slayer, we already saw the amount of pressure in terms of push V Gaming are making, and now they have no choice. They have to contest. They have to try and steal this out. And now as they take the Might Golem to actually aid Difoxen, there is a disengage by V Gaming towards this Dark Lord Slayer. Overfly being the tank here on the team, but they're starting to be pressured not only for that objective but also on the split pushes. And since they see F1 on the bot side once again, they're now starting it up again. Quang Hai leading the pack. Can F1 actually catch up? They're now turning. KSSA now goes in. Overfly looking to actually get someone, but he is trying to his very best, not really getting that Agnus grip as Quang Hai disengages Futsalod. Nearly blows up Han, and now with the low members of V Gaming, BRU actually managed to try and get this Dark Lord there. Can they actually get it? The answer is yes. The snipe isn't really enough to get that steal, and with the Dark Lord Slayer pushing into the mid lane, BRU suddenly turned the tides around. They're the ones now pressuring V Gaming in this mid lane. They can very much so clear out waves and also take down turrets very, very fast. And it's up to Quang TD and also Maris to actually chunk down their HP using the snipe and the ultis, as the towers are going to be continuously falling down if they don't. And with the pressure to sustain here because of the Pyna pick and also F1, they can just go in hard and muscle out. V Gaming, they have to really push this hard. They have to prevent the push from BRU, or else they are going to be losing this inhibitor tower in the process. As the Dark Lords there still marches on. Birdleby with a flank. There's an engaging of the Paris. He's dead. Now V Gaming are going to collapse upon BRU with the best possible timing, the best possible moment. They are going to be completing this reverse sweep against V Gaming. Out of all the odds, they are your grand champions, Buriram United Esports.
V Gaming has fallen, and the AIC 2021 champions, it is going to be Buriram United Esports, being able to claw their way back from the lower brackets. It is going to be the history in the making. 2021 is the RPL's time, and this is showing a lot of promise for the RPL teams. Buriram United, your champions, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, Buriram United Esports, after a long journey, after so many enduring of pain and suffering, holding their ground, trying to come back from the lower bracket, now they are the grand champions. They definitely deserve this. Buriram United Esports getting that reverse sweep against the best team in the AIC during the group stages and the playoffs. Now they are definitely the best team in the whole of AIC as they do take down the Titan. Buriram United Esports are your grand champions.
Oh man, I'm lost for words. It's just that Buriram United Esports, no one has thought that they would win this best of 7 series with the dominating streak that V Gaming had. It only took a reverse sweep for Buriram United, and that was one of the hardest reverse sweep that we saw all throughout here in AIC. It's just I don't know, it's just a very, very monumental moment for BRU. They've redeemed themselves with all of those titles eluding them until now here in the AIC 2021. They've done very, very hard. They've drafted and they've played their hearts out. And you know, one of the things that I saw coming in there is, of course, KSSA finally rising up for the celebration. All throughout here in the Best of 7 series, he was not moving from his chair whenever there is going to be a victory for them. But now you see them all rise up. BRU is now definitely taking the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool of this tournament.
400,000 US dollars going to Buriram United Esports. Definitely a well-deserved prize for them after they have endured for so many, a long journey for them, suffering from a few losses, actually a lot of losses, even reverse sweeps, and then they not only, this is not the first time they have done the reverse sweep on a Game 7. They done this yesterday, just yesterday against Hong Kong Attitude, and who would have known they would do it again? This time on the best team, or like the second best team right now after they have won against them.
Yeah.
V Gaming, now the ones kneeling down and paying their respects towards Buriram United Esports, and definitely this has been one of the most exciting tournaments I have even joined in my whole career.
Yeah, and in this situation, we can say that Buriram United Esports is actually the new comeback kings. And we're gonna see the finals MVP for this best of 7 series. It is gonna be Buriram United. Nunu.
Oh my, a well-deserved finals MVP. Nunu with a fantastic performance on his mid lane heroes, and even in the last game we saw the damage coming. We saw him accompanying his other teammates like Difoxin and KSSA. He was always there accompanying him while the rest of the members go in on the other lanes. Yes, it led them to lose some of these structures, but the assurance was there for the late game, waiting for Difoxin to actually pop out and have an immense amount of damage in the late game. And now we're here. We have concluded the AOV International Championships. Your grand champions, Buriram United Esports, and I hope you did enjoy the whole tournament.
Yes, and in your screens is gonna be the people behind every production here onto Arena Valor from the other channels, from the other regions, from the for the 4 major regions as well, like the RPL, the AOG, the GCS, and of course the ASL, and the other production staff from the other regions as well. We are very, very thankful for you guys on staying all throughout here on the AIC 2021. And we would just like to appreciate and give you guys our thanks for always supporting Arena Valor. And as you can see, the roadmap for the esports scene for the 2022 for the AIC and AWC, there is still going to be a lot of hope and promise for the esports of Arena of Valor. This is just the start of many, many more events.
Oh, it's the Arena of Valor International Championships. We are happy, very, very happy to be part of this amazing event, and we could not have this amazing experience without every single one of you guys, especially the viewers that kept being here until the very, very end. Despite the technical difficulties, despite all the trouble, you stayed here until the very end, and we are really thankful for that.
Yes, and as the AIC champions have been crowned, we are now gonna be concluding the English broadcast, and it has been an exciting, and this is the last day of the AIC, so I'm looking forward to see you guys again on the international broadcast that is gonna happen for Arena of Valor. My name is Vittorio, this is Kiyang, and in behalf of all the production staff, we would like to thank everyone in behalf of BSPN, Garena, Tencent Games, and of course Arena of Valor. we pass you our heartfelt thank you. We are now signing off and hope to see you guys again on the next tournament.